Welcome to the lounge, where we challenge accountability. I'm Urban, and we don't do surface talk here. We use emotional intelligence, thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion, no filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking. Every beat a question, every bar a lesson. I turn the mic to a mirror, life's a session. Urban in the mix, soul and intellect blend. We ain't just talk truth, we set trends from Dallas to the world. We break that ceiling, no clout, just facts, that's the real feeling. Thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion, no filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking. Trap drums drop, but the message don't fade. Every thought sparks like a hand grenade. Faith, pain, love, and drive all collide, that's how minds revive. All collide, that's how minds revive. Thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion. No filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking. Mind open wide like a city skyline. Every topic shaped by design. The urban lounge where ideas ignite. Late night thoughts under podcast lights. Every episode of thought design. The urban lounge where iron sharp iron. We build from the ground like truth rewiring. Can't fake what's felt when the mic's ignited. If you listening now, you already invited. Thought-provoking, mind in motion, truth be stirring, deep emotion, no filters, no faking. This here, thought-provoking.
Warning, the following image and or content may be disturbing, offensive to some viewers. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Real quick community guidelines before we start the show. Now I want y'all to know that this is a space for respectable, thought-provoking conversations. We encourage intelligent discussions, different viewpoints, and respectable debates. Disagree if you want, but do it with substance and respect. Self-promotion is not allowed. This is not your billboard. Links, spam, and promotions in the comments or in live chat will be blocked immediately. Distasteful trolling, insults, or bad faith behavior will not be entertained. You will be blocked and banned. No warnings, no back and forth. Finally, y'all will notice that the subscriber mode is on. It is only for 5 minutes, y'all. 5 minutes. That way we can protect the integrity of the show and also protect the integrity of people who actually want to comment in the comment section faithfully, all right? We're here to think, challenge ideas, and grow, and not derail the conversation. If you're here in good faith, then I welcome you. Y'all enjoy the show. Welcome to another episode of the Urban Lounge Podcast. I'm your host, Urban. Man, it is Friday, y'all. It is Friday, and we got a hell of a great episode today. Now, those of y'all who is following the lounge, y'all know that every month I do reactionary episodes to the late, great Kevin Samuels. And the reason why I do these reactionary episodes with him is simply because I want his legacy to continue. All right. I want his legacy to continue to live on, you know what I mean? And I don't want his legacy just to live on just because, you know, we're doing clips or people doing the simple reaction to it. But I'm doing it in the purpose of the foundation that he was teaching to us brothers. You know what I'm saying? We want that legacy to live on, and we're continuing to work. And that's what we're actually doing over here at the lounge, where we are taking on Kevin Samuel's framework that he been teaching to us as men, and we're applying it, and we are revolutionizing it and taking it to the next level as the way Kevin Samuels had intended to be. All right. So if you're here for this great thought-provoking conversation, you're here at the right place at the lounge. Do me a favor, y'all. Those of y'all who are in the building right now, make sure you hit the thumbs up to support the channel. All right. So without further ado, we finna get ready to get into this episode tonight. Now, I had the opportunity to go back and watch this episode a long time ago, and I watched it again. This episode that we're going to react to tonight, this episode is dealing with Kevin Samuels. It's dealing with Kevin Samuels, and it's dealing with Kevin Samuels' framework. His framework is the P.M.S. framework. All right. So we're going to deal with this tonight. We're going to listen to Kevin speak to us about the P.M.S. framework, and we're going to apply this P.M.S. framework to my A.R.D.D.L model. All right. And we're going to see if both of these intertwine with each other, or do they have conflict between one another as well too. So without further ado, we're going to get into this reactionary episode. All right. Once again, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Salute everybody in the building. Salute my moderator in the building. As always, salute to Ray Ray. What's up with it, bro? Salute. Yeah, rest in peace to Kevin Samuel, man, for real. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this episode. Now, I do want to share this with y'all. Before we get to it, I do want to share with y'all that Kevin Samuels, he asked a question that still deserves an answer today. All right. Now, the question that he asked us was this. He said, do modern men have problems with the P? Now, those of y'all don't know what the P is. The P stands for power. It don't stand for pussy. It stands for power. Okay. And so tonight episode, we're going to be reacting to Kevin's P.M.S. All right. And I also want to hear y'all perspective on this as well too. I want to see, do you believe that these two philosophies, my philosophy and Kevin's philosophy, doesn't mean the same as that thing? Okay. So let's go ahead and get into it, y'all. I have the episode queued up right here, and let's hear it. Now, I purposely started the episode right here because I do want Kevin to explain his framework to us so we can get an understanding behind it. All right. And then we are going to play the whole episode, including him taking calls as well too from the men. Now, those of y'all who are familiar with this episode, this is the episode that Kevin Samuels was doing with Men Week. Okay. Throughout the whole entire week, he was having men come on to his channel and have conversations with the men and talk to them about various things to improve them as men. All right. So once again, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this episode.
We are back. Shout out to the CIA, the confident, intelligent, and assertive men out there. One love to the FBI, the feminine, the beautiful, inspirational ladies. How we doing? Camera 2, camera 1, good. Hope everybody had a good weekend, a good Father's Day. I know I did. I did exactly what I wanted to do. A whole
Mars, what's
lot
up?
of
Salute.
chillaxing. Oh yeah, looking right. All right, let's do over here. Camera 1. All right, so welcome back. For those who don't know, my name is Kevin Samuels. I'm a professional image consultant, and my job is to make sure you look good, smell great, and are the best version of yourself each and every day. But we're here to talk about relationships and things like that. That's why most of you come. Have you ever noticed that when people are starting to lose an argument or lose the point, they start talking with their hands? When people start talking with their hands, go ahead and just put up a W in your head. Put up a W in your head and go ahead and give them an L. When they start talking like this, they have lost.
So
I just gotta.
So real quick, preferably women talk like that. All right. Women tend to talk a lot with their hands. All right. Now sometimes I talk with my hand too when I'm emphasizing a point. Like, I do this and stuff to emphasize a certain point. But women, they intentionally do that. I call them clapping like a seal. But they do that intentionally as a distraction, okay? Versus you articulating yourself with your hands. But Kevin, you got a point on that though.
Where are my manners? Where are my manners? Candle of the evening, Lalabo, Santal 26, quintessential masculine candle, and fragrance of the day was nothing other than one of the best smelling, most masculine English fragrances, Armand Jane Ormond Man. This stuff is spring, summer in a bottle. This is grown damn man sexy. No little boys allowed with that one. And then as we got into the evening, we went into Louis Vuitton, Le Montate. My French is terrible, but my nose is on point. The number one selling
facts.
fragrance for Louis Vuitton for men, La Montate. If you ever get into a chance to go by the Louis Vuitton boutique,
I actually got that
whether
cologne,
it's
by
in
the way.
Saks or the actual standalone, do yourself a favor, put your nose on it. If you're a white t-shirt or a white shirt kind of guy, this is it. Neither one of those are going to be mistaken for women's fragrances. All right. So let's do some housekeeping. Now remember, all I'm asking is that you guys keep the engagement up over 50%. The engagements are the likes or the dislikes. And if I look down at either given time and we don't have it, we'll have to go take a sound break, sound check, and I don't want to have to do that. So let's keep the engagement up. People are asking what's going on. I have 3 screens now. Main screen, 2 screens over here. Keep an eye on everything. Everything. So let's do this. Let's make sure that we have the chat here as well, the comment section. All right, so this is Welcome to Men's Week. When are you going to do some content about the men? When are you going to do content for the men? Oh, you asked for it. You got it. Toyota. It's Men's Week. And in Men's Week, we do content strictly directed at the men, for the men, man stuff.
Hey, also, y'all, ironically, he had aired this episode right after Father's Day.
All right, so that camera's there.
And also, since we know that he aired this episode after Father's Day, you know that this episode had also aired during Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, too.
Do I want to put that LUT on? All right, that's with camera. Let's do close up. Close up is already looking good. Take that down. That's that one. Let's do close up here. And then we'll go to side shot. Side shot. We'll dim side shot down. All right, just reset everything over here. So, let's get her done. All right. Set his default camera. The question of the day is P.M.S. caused by modern men? Is P.M.S. caused by modern men? Now, here's the thing I'm going to say. Everybody's been asking for men's content. I'm expecting the men to show up and show out. Moderators, keep the super chat in the comment section and keep the donation links up. Because you've been asking for men's content. So men, let's see how the men are already representing. And I'm asking everybody, is PMS caused by modern men? What do you guys think? PMS caused by modern men. And all right, man, you always have some catchy, unique way of running stuff down. So what do you guys think? You might want to customize that. Got it. Home. Jesus Christ. Got it.
Hey, appreciate it, Morris.
All right. P.M.S. This week we're going to talk about P.M.S. P.M.S. One of the things that's most missing today with men is P.M.S. That's one of the things that's missing most today with modern men. Now, many people have called it power, money, sex, but there are more things than that. And today we're going to deal with P. The almighty P. Modern men today. Also, I want to weave into this
announcement. Thank you for the gold coin, Ray. Appreciate you.
One of the things that helped me finally fill in the final block of understanding how my mind worked, how to become the best version of myself. I often talk about, a test that I took and a self-awareness self-awareness assessment I took that changed the game for me. Ever since I've taken this test, I have been full speed ahead. And I'm going to announce an offering to where you guys can take this assessment too and actually get some one-on-one coaching with probably the foremost experts in this environment of talking about individual strengths and your individual entrepreneurial or business builder kind of talents. I will leave a link down in the description, and I'm actually going to do, earlier today I was going to do an introduction to it, but I got pressed for time over here. But I will leave a link down in the description. I'm also going to probably do a standalone video, record it, and I'm going to talk about it again on Wednesday. But yeah, game changer. But today I want to get into the whole notion of, today many men have a problem with power. Today many men have a problem with power or lacking power. Today a lot of guys don't even think in the concepts of power, the terms of power. And I am not going to deal with how we got where we are, whose French toast fault it is. I'm going to deal with the fact that it is absent. Far too many men today are thinking like sheep. Thinking like it or not, I'm going to use this term, like you're going to be a drone, a worker bee all your life. And go back 500 years ago, and a man had a profession. He specialized, he focused on something. If he was the blacksmith, the carpenter, the thatcher, the something, he had a profession. And today you've got jobs. And that's the way this country economy is structured. But here's the thing. In order to have power as a man, you're going to, in order to really exert what you're going to need to become confident, intelligent, and assertive, you're going to have power. And power does not come from money first. Now, I know we got the whole line of Scarface. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. That is a path. But you have to have the mindset to get money before you can get money. Money does not come to everybody. That's why being a high value man, like it or not, is greatly determined upon your income. If 90% of people could do it, it wouldn't be that high value now, would it? Power. How many of you guys are thinking about power? And the first thing I want to talk about is having a martial mind. A martial mind, a warrior spirit. A martial mind meaning so many guys today, you're a bunch of pussies. You're a bunch of pussies. When was the last time you actually physically had a fight? A physical one-on-one fight where you had to square up with another man and put your jaw on the line. And sadly, the way the world works today, so many men don't even physically know how to fight. Meaning, do you have any kind of martial training? Boxing, judo, taekwondo, shotokan, aikido, kung fu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, jeet kune do, wing chun. MMA is new. Shout out to MMA. But guys, I'm going to tell you the first thing, having a martial mind, if you can't take care of yourself, why do you even become a high value man? Why do you want all these things out of life if you can't protect it? I was talking to my lady friend and I was like, look here, no matter where we're at, if somebody were to reach out and touch you, the first thing you would do is you would expect me to address it. You wouldn't expect me to be like, security, or hey guy, let's negotiate. You'd be expecting me to go in his jaw. And guys, if you're not capable of doing this, whether you should do it or not, it's not the point.
So real quick, I want to interrupt him since he's speaking about the concept of power. One thing I disagree with his framework talking about power is that he's speaking it from two different competencies, okay? First of all, he's speaking about power, which is dealing with dominant. You know what I'm saying? Being a dominant person. That's the reason why he's referencing, learning some type of martial arts. Okay? That a man should learn how to fight or even be in a fight altogether. He's speaking on that particular thing about power. Then he starts segueing on and start speaking about power as far as protection. Okay? Now, I understand that how the way that society and cultural and social norms work. And I understand that power plays a role in it. But the thing about it is that, and I don't mean to quote Spider-Man, because I know my moderator, he bro don't like Spider-Man, but I have to quote this, all right? In the Spider-Man movies, I'll ever say the same as that thing where they say with great power comes with great responsibility. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this quote is because it is true. Because you could have all the power in the world, but if you're not responsible with the power, then it's almost as though you're still weak. You know what I'm saying? So the difference between Kevin Samuels' framework is this, and mine is this. So far, his framework explains what a man must build, which is nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not disagreeing with that. But however, my framework and my model explains how a man must become capable of building it. So once again, he explains that you must build it this way. But my framework explains to you how do you go through the process of building it and building it responsible. Because what I notice is this, I notice that us as brothers, right, we're not disciplined enough. Okay. Now, this part here, I can segue and agree with him about, learning these competencies such as, martial arts and stuff, right? Because martial arts do teach you discipline. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you're just going around and picking fights with any old person because you feel like you can do it. You understand what I'm saying? There have to be there have to be a moral compass involved with it too. Just like every culture, every country have what is known as the law of the land, right? Meaning that this law of the land is what you must abide by. And if you break the law of the land, then there's going to be consequences behind it. Correct? So same thing dealing with things about us being men. We have to have some type of moral compass behind us where it's governing us, where we're disciplined about it, where we're being responsible and we're not being loose with it. Same concept when we deal with women as well too, you know what I'm saying? That's why I tell y'all over here at the lounge, to me, there's nothing wrong. If you don't want to be in a relationship with a woman, it is absolutely nothing wrong with that at all, period. If you want to be in a relationship with a woman, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, period. But within that, it have to be some structure, some discipline behind that. Okay? But let's continue, y'all.
Who has a martial mind has a level of confidence that most men don't. Most men got to run to go get a gun, knife, or something. If you don't have a martial mind, it is time for you to take this time to start developing this. No different than getting in the gym and getting your body right, getting your mind right. You need to learn how to combat. You need to learn how to physically fight. And I mean physically fight beyond a green belt level. I mean fight. You need to become proficient. I think every guy needs to have at least a brown belt level of proficiency in something. I'm not going to say everybody needs to have black belt level, but brown belt is above average. That means against an untrained fighter, you can stand your own and walk away from 90% of your altercations. See, many times guys are like, I wish I had your confidence. I wish I had this. I wish I had that. Because a man who has a martial mind, a man who knows he knows how to take care of himself, carries himself in a different way. You don't have to talk a bunch of shit. You don't have to sell a bunch of wolf tickets. You can be quiet. You can let people say anything they want to about you as long as they don't touch you. If they touch you, you make sure they don't touch anything else for a long time. A martial mind. There used to be a part of becoming a man, a gentleman. You actually had to have a standard education, a classical education, meaning you learned your Shakespeare, your philosophy, your art history, things like that. You also had to become proficient in some sort of munition, some sort of weapon, whether it was learning how to shoot, bow and arrow, sword, staff, something. And then the ultimate is when you've become disarmed, you run out of ammunition, these. 3, I suggest brown belt in at least one thing, but I would tell you, deciding to start learning martial arts in my teens was one of the best decisions I ever made. I was a skinny kid. I was a pretty boy. I had long curly hair, long eyelashes, and a lot of the guys hated it. Their girlfriends thought I was cute. So I had to hear this shit all my life. But guarantee you one thing, they didn't bother me because it got around town that you mess with Kevin, he gonna break something. The guy don't start fights, but he damn sure ends them. So y'all can laugh at my high school pictures all they want to, but I guarantee you, y'all wouldn't have said shit to me back then.
So real quick, y'all. My oldest son, he's currently serving in our military. He's in the Marines. So before him being a full-fledged Marine, he had to go through what is known as basic training. All right. So he has spent months and months being conditioned in basic training. And then this basic training, they taught him about the law of the land. They taught him about structure. They taught him about brotherhood. And also what they taught him was combat. He shared stories with me where him and his son Pierce, right, they had to go into like a MMA, like arena, right? And they had to fight each other. Now, prior before them doing that, they drill sergeant, their drill instructor was teaching them, the basic art of combat. You know what I'm saying? And so when it came down to the test of time for them to actually initiate everything that they learned, they had to do it in this arena. And that's what he ended up doing. He ended up fighting. And he told me that, out of every fight that he fought, he only lost one fight, and that was it. But all the rest of the fights, he won them fights. Now, the reason why I'm referencing this to y'all brothers is that I do agree that it had to be some type of you have to learn different type of skills as a man. If our divine duty is for us to be the provision, to be the protector, to be the provider, and all these different things, right? So we have to learn different skills in order to accomplish that. Okay. You can't say that you're protecting someone if you don't even know how to fight. You can't say that you're trying to provide when you don't even have no type of revenue or no type of money to bring any type of provisions, let alone you don't even know how to hunt and gather to get anything. So in this particular situation, I believe that both of our frameworks do intertwine in this because, yes, I also believe that we need to learn certain type of skill sets. We do. A matter of fact, this is part of my model of dealing with discipline. So yes, we absolutely do need to learn that, especially as men. And then when we learn that certain skill set, we have to integrate into, our children, within our sons, our daughters, and different things like that, which that goes into my final level of my model, which is dealing with leadership. But let's continue, y'all.
Moving forward, you need to become proficient. And if you know one, you need to cross-train. Cross-train in another discipline. Just because you know Taekwondo, go learn Shotokan. Learn the art of hard hand strikes to go along with the Korean art of kicking. You need to have a balanced approach to training because you won't always be able to punch, or you won't always be able to kick. Sometimes you may need to punch, and sometimes you may need to grapple or even use a weapon, which is why I finished out with Kung Fu. A martial mind. A man who's powerful in his mind can become powerful other places. But if you're powerful in your body and you're weak in your mind, you're about to be somebody's slave.
I have no.
Man, this is why so many guys want to change the definition of high value man to remove the money component. You can't remove the money component from high value. I don't care what you say. High value will start with a money component. That is the way the world has defined it. You may want to change the definition to fit it, but I never hear a man who's making the money want to change the definition. I've never heard of a man who's actually making the money target want to change the definition. That does not mean that if you're not a high value man, you're worthless. You guys know my stance on that. But we got to let things be what it is, because there needs to be a reward for going to law school and going to medical school and sacrificing 10 years. There needs to be a reward in going to become a professional salesperson and invest hundreds, thousands of dollars in training. There needs to be a reward for the people who are willing to do the work. If everyone could get the outcome, it wouldn't be worth anything.
Now, real quick, let me go ahead and explain to you Kevin Samuel's P.M.S. framework, okay? Since he's taking all day long to get into it, all right? So I'm going to break this thing down for you. Now, his P.M.S. framework is this. P stands for power. Now, according to Kevin, power means masculine authority. It means emotional control. It means respect. It means leadership. It means the ability to influence. And it means to have firm control, all right? Now, the M, it stands for money, mission, and purpose. Okay. So Kevin, he argued that a man should become useful before becoming desirable. Now, he include this within your career. He included that you should have financial literacy. He included that you should be building value. You should be competent, and you should have purpose as well too. All right. And finally, the S in PMS stands for strategy and strengths. Okay. So Kevin, he emphasized that you should think instead of react. You should solve instead of complaining. And you should endure instead of being discomfort. Okay. So within this, it deals with, masculine resilience. It deals with delayed gratification. It deals with stoicism, which we talk about a lot over here at the lounge, and also deal with leadership as well too. All right. So once again, the PMS framework is this: is power. It is M is money, mission, and purpose, and finally S is strategy and strength. All right. Let's continue. Let me forward this fool.
All right. I'm having a problem with my remote here, but anywho. Let's keep it moving. Patience. How many of you have the patience to become a man of a productive man, a man of purpose, a man of value. Without patience, you won't get there because most people want to rush in. You want it too quick. How many, if you've ever been around, if you ever had a mother or a grandmother, somebody in your family who could bake, you understand that it takes a long time to cook good food. You got to put it in a crock pot and put it on slow and let the things get in there and mix together. Shout out to Kwame Brown. He always talk about his mama's cooking. Yeah, that's mama's cooking. But I came from a family of baking people. And one of the worst things was when you decide you wanted that cake and you had to have that toothpick and you had to push it all the way down. The cake looks like it's done on top, but you put that toothpick in there and it comes out wet. Many of you, if I put a toothpick in you, most of you are wet through and through. And you're wanting to be on the shelf and be sold. No. To be a man, P.M.S. is not for young men. There needs to be. See, we have told guys that you need to be everything by 25. That's bullshit. Your 20s are a time for exploration and failure. You shouldn't be thinking about a woman and a family until you scratch 30. 35 is optimal. You need to be out failing in spectacular fashion and trying again in your 20s. In your 30s, figuring out which path you're going to go down. This path or that path, family, no family, this, that, whatever your choice that is. But then in your 30s, trimming away the fat of your 20s and getting into that core group of people and then getting that win and riding in that Peloton and going on down the road. This is how men who think in the terms of power think. It is a long-term strategy. It is not short-term. Oftentimes I have people book a session with me and they want to ask me, how do I become a high value man? I'm 23 years old. I just graduated from college. I'm like, or I've been in my industry for 3 years and I want to go out and start my own business. No. Let me say this as well. The internet is a great tool, but it's just that, a tool. It has not changed the fundamentals of business. Most of you guys wanting to start your own business, you haven't even become an expert in your craft yet. Many of you have not even put in the 10,000 hours of mastery. And that is why, going back to a martial mind, it's so important. It makes you start from no belt to black belt. And you learn that you have to learn more along the way. Every step you learn more. And the more you learn, the more you recognize what you did not know, you refine it. But here's the last thing. Black belt, many of us thought black belt means you're an expert. No, black belt just means you're proficient. You got your basic training. I want to make black belt men. Black belt men who are CIA or black belt men, having the confidence to actually cold approach a woman, even though just last week I said, ladies, you're going to have to figure out how to flirt with a man so you can send choosing signals. But if you're a man and has the power to understand and get choosing signals to draw the world to you, and you have the ability to approach, pitch, and close, you're a bad mother sucker.
Now this is what's missing from Kevin Samuel P.M.S. framework, okay? And I got to point this out. I have to point this out. Kevin tells us as men what to build. Once again, Kevin tells us as men what to build. But however, my model explains how men become capable of building it. Like, for example, Kevin say that you should become powerful. Okay. But my model asks, how can you become powerful? What is the process behind that? What do you need to do to become that way? Just like Kevin is using an analogy about the black belt and stuff. Okay, he's using an analogy about the black belt. But however, my model is explaining to you, okay, how do we get to there? How do we get from a green belt, yellow belt, brown belt to a black belt? How do we get there? What is going to be the process behind that? How do we do it? Now, Kevin, he also say that you must become disciplined. Nothing wrong with that. But however, my model is challenging what transformation produces the actual discipline. What happens? How do we get there? How do we get there? Now, with Kevin's P.M.S model, once again, I understand the concept, and overall, I don't disagree with it. You know what I'm saying? But like I say, Kevin's framework is the foundation. Okay? All it is the foundation, and that's it. But we as men, we needed more than that. A matter of fact, I'm gonna challenge y'all brothers on this. Those of y'all who been watching Kevin Samuels' content even before he passed away and stuff, right? We've been getting this information from him. That's fine, right? But my challenge is this: after when Kevin Samuels had passed away, right? After his legacy is living on, right? My challenge is have his legacy start changing you as a man? Or did it only set the foundation for you as a man? Here's another thing that I noticed too. I noticed that there were many men out there who really do want to change and they want to be a better version of themselves, but there are a lot more men out there who was only looking at Kevin Samuels as a content creator. They was only looking at him as a content creator. They referred to him as a godfather, is because that's what they was referring to him on social media. But for us, his framework, for us, his teaching, for us, the things that he was trying to build a foundation on, them men was not applying it at all. Period. Matter of fact, they were saying it was bullshit.
That's bullshit.
Them men was saying that it was bullshit. A matter of fact, my observation is this: I see many, even still to this day, I see many men who even take Kevin Samuels' content instead of them learning from it and being educated from it and using it as a foundation where it can be building blocks to build them up to be the, as we're talking about in this situation, a high value man, right? Instead of them using this foundation to be this high value man, all I did is took it and just create content off of it and laugh about it. The biggest part that I hear people talking about with Kevin Samuels' content is not his actual framework, but it's the reaction when he's interaction with either the women or the men, which we're going to see later on in this episode. And them the more clip art, and that's what's sad about it, is that his content, when he's really doing his main teaching, he's trying to teach to the men and the women about certain situation, you don't see shorts about that. You don't see shorts of him doing these interviews and stuff because that's entertainment. That's what people want to be fed. Am I lying about that? So once again, his framework, just like I say, it teaches about power, money, and purpose, strategy, strength, having a masculine frame, right? But my framework, it is the evolution of Kevin Samuels' framework. Meaning that mine is teaching about leadership and discipline. And then from discipline to leadership, then from discernment to discipline, then from discipline to back to leadership. And you see how mine keep going back and forth. One part go to another part, then it goes back to another part, then it intersects, but it keeps building and building and building because it is designed to build a man into purpose. That's what it's designed to do. But shout out to everybody who's in the building. Tonight we are reacting to Kevin Samuels. Right now, we're continuing Kevin Samuels' legacy. Tonight episode is, does Kevin Samuel P.M.S framework fit into my framework, which is the A.R.D.D.L model? All right. Those of you tuning in, make sure you hit thumbs up to support the channel. And let's go ahead and react to some more of the message that Kevin Samuels has given to us tonight. And then I'll go into the comments in a little bit.
You're a bad boy. As a martial artist. You're a bad dude if you can punch, if you can strike, kick, and grapple. You're a bad boy. But everybody has its limitations. And that's another thing. You got to understand your limitations. As good of a fighter as I was, I fought full contact until I was 40 years old. Yes, I used to be a bouncer at some nightclubs in Oklahoma on the weekends for fun. Yep, I've done that. Yes. Yep. And most people don't believe it. Even my closest friends never believed it until I took him to the club where I used to be there. And he saw the guy say, this dude right here. He's like, really? You got to challenge yourself, gentlemen. But my point is, I've told a story where I actually had somebody spit in my face. And it was 5 of them and 2 of us. And I just let it ride because I could take my 3, but my guy couldn't take his 2. You got to know your limitations. As proficient of a fighter as I was, I know guys the size of Charles Faulkner. I would not want to fight that guy in a ring. Why? Because I'm in a freaking ring. He has the size and the weight advantage on me. In an open field, I would fight because I can use the terrain to my advantage. But you still got to fight smart. Understand something. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, I love the scene between the Mountain and the Red Viper of Dorne. I'm going to be Thanos. I am K.R.R. Martin. Peace out, George. I'm rewriting this. In my version, the Red Viper of Dorne would not have gloated and taunted Gregor Clegane sitting on the ground. He would have continued to stab him and let him die. He would have let his blood out. He wouldn't have been so focused on revenge from Tywin. He would have made Tywin.
So Lionel, you said that he's talking from the 12th century, right? So is it, from your perspective, do you believe that his current framework is obsolete? Meaning that it's, in this modern day time, it's out of date? Well, outdated.
Watch him kill his best man. Why is the red viper in the mountain, the viper in the mountain such a good thing? Because you see a smaller man against a man who is a freak of nature, huge with a huge sword. Everyone was terrified, but not the man who was powerful, not the man who had supreme training, not the man who was proficient in long weapons, close combat, short weapons, and poisons. That's a dangerous man. We are so used to looking at people who look tough and powerful, we don't even recognize what real power looks like. That's why so many, and I'm going to go to the black men, that's why so many of us today look like you bad, but you ain't shit. You're not shit without your gun. You're not shit without this or that. Can you handle yourself? If you are the shit, close your mouth and let your work speak for itself. See, if you are really what you say you are, shut up. Shut up. Hashtag show your work. Before there was a high value anything, there was show your work. Let people talk. Let people say what they're going to say. Be on your purpose, be patient, and think power. Not pride, not ego.
It's another thing that I disagree with Kevin Samuels earlier. He was talking about the 25-year-old, right? I believe that the 25-year-old should be taught the P.M.S. and also the A.R.D.D.L as well, too, early on. Now, I can meet with him about the whole concept about getting experience or gaining experience because, you know, at that age frame, you don't have a lot of experience to work on, you know what I'm saying, which that's understandable. But I believe that within gaining that knowledge and that experience, you should be educating them. You should be teaching them about P.M.S. You should be teaching them about the A.R.D.D.L as well, too. Now, what they do with the knowledge and the wisdom that they are getting from you, that's contingent on them. Well, if they decide to utilize it or not, that's totally contingent on them. But however, I believe that it should be taught. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, I believe that Both of these should be taught at the age where boys start becoming competent enough or have enough cognitive skills to understand what you're teaching them. That's what I believe. Because if we listen to what Kevin Samuels is saying, right, and just allow 25-year-olds just to go flap free and make mistakes without guiding them through their mistakes or transition them through it, then guess what? All it is going to be what is known as a generation curse. It's going to keep occurring over and over and over again. And then it's going to give these younger men the ideology that, hey, I could do whatever the hell I want from this age to this age. And when I finally make it to this age, then guess what? Then I can finally start tightening up and straighten up and start learning about P.M.S. But now, to me, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
It should start early. The Bible say that you should train a child in the way he should go. That when he becomes older, it won't depart from him. So meaning that you should be training him early on, very early. A matter of fact, I'm gonna want to put it to you this way: a lot of the wealthier people, right? Millionaires and different things like that. What they do is that they train their children literacy at an early age, while putting them to certain Ivy League schools and different things like that, right? While doing that. So when they become older, they have enough competence to understand how the way the business works, versus not telling them nothing and waiting until after they done screwed up and you done gave them money and they done blew the money and doing weird stuff. Then finally you like, you know what? It's time to train them. No, that's bullshit. Don't do that. Yeah. It had to start early.
Recognize your limitations and recognize you're going to fail a lot, and that's cool. They're not failures, they're lessons. Learn from them. Learn from them, embrace them. So when people try to throw them up in your face, you proudly own them. Yes, I failed at that. Right. That was horrible. Yeah, that was terrible. That's why I keep my L's up.
I agree
right,
with you,
so
Lightning, and I agree with you, Morris.
Why? Because I've never tried to hold myself out of something that I'm not. But we are all in the process of becoming, and you can't let somebody make you feel bad because you lost at something. All that means is you tried. You tried, you didn't do well, you failed better. Hell no, I wouldn't. I thought about all the people who talk shit online. Charles Faulkner, shout out to Charles Faulkner. I thought about all the people who talk shit online. All the people who pop mad shit online. And there is only one person that I've ever said that I would not want to, that I don't think I could take. I would not want to risk it. And I've met a lot of people. And this is no disrespect to the people I have met. But Charles, he's a big, strong guy. And I'm like, and he's trained. I'm like, it's kind of like looking at Michael Jai White. That dude is a muscular dude, and he's a trained dude. Discretion is the better part of valor. I don't listen to a lot of shit most people talk online. But you wouldn't say that to me in person. That's how I often think about a lot of people just bip, bip, bip. I'm like, cool. That's cool on the other side of the camera. Shout out to Alpha Male Strategist. One of the first things he said, I don't listen to that stuff. You just wouldn't say that in my face. And does that mean I'm weak? Does that mean I'm scared? Does that make Charles superior to me? Well, in this particular case, yes. But you better find people who are superior because you learn what you can learn from those folks. And you've tried to figure out why would it even get there is the most important thing. One of the lowest form of martial arts is ever letting someone see that you know it. It is a weak man who has to fight all the time. We often get power confused. Meekness is strength under control. Stop letting people manipulate language to make you run out in the world like a crash test dummy.
So real quick, let me ask y'all in the audience a question. All right. Do y'all understand the concept about a prodigy? Once again, do you understand the concept about a prodigy? Now, the basic definition of a prodigy is this. Is that it's a person who has a exceptional level of understanding of a certain type of field that they're in. Like, for example, you could be a prodigy of martial arts. You could be a prodigy of an English major. You could be a prodigy of math, right? You could be a prodigy of these different things. But check this out. Even though you're a prodigy, right? You're only a prodigy of the certain type of competency that you know of, meaning that in order for you to become that prodigy, something have to happen. Meaning that you have to be trained or taught on a certain area. And you become exceptional at it. You become really good at it. Now, this goes back to my point that I was making earlier when I was referencing the Bible scripture where it say train up a child the way that he should go. So when he becomes older, it don't depart from him, right? When you train that child up into whatever it is that you're trying to train him to be, right? Essentially, he end up becoming a prodigy. Correct? Now, like what Lionel mentioned earlier stuff, that's why I didn't give no pushback on this. Like I mentioned, what Lionel mentioned and stuff, right? Where he's saying like, well, hey, Urban, most of these adults or these parents, they don't be training their children. They be having somebody else to train them. That is true. That is a factual statement. That's the reason why we have an educational system. That's the reason why we have instructors. Because somewhere on down the line, instead of the parents being competent enough to learn these certain type of skill sets, they drop the ball on it for whatever reason. So instead of them learning about it, they end up on hiring or finding somebody else who actually know these type of skills or competencies, right? And they allow that person to teach and train them, that child. And so once again, all this circles right back around to my point of saying that I believe that this training should start early. It shouldn't start after they became 30s or whatever stuff, right? As they call the prime years. That's the excuse that they make. That's the excuse that I heard in red pill communities and manosphere, different things like that. They said that men enter into their prime years when they between 35 to 40. Somewhere around there. Some say later than that. But I believe that if you're training that child early on, as he's progressing, he's in his prime. Just like a fighter. The more you done already train him, the stronger he's becoming. That's how the way I see it. But let's continue. Once again, shout out to everybody who's in the building. Tonight's episode is, does Kevin Samuel P.M.S. framework fit with the A.R.D.D.L model, which is my model, my framework? All right. So those of you who are tuning in right now, make sure you hit the thumbs up to support the channel. All right. Waffle and Spoons, what's up with us? Salute. Welcome back.
I'm powerful. I'm an alpha male. I got to do something carry your ass right on to one of themselves. Power. Purpose, patience. See, let me translate this into women. Many of the times, the problems that we have with women, let me make it personal, that I had with women is when I took my eye off of power. I got comfortable. I had enough of a lead. And I stopped thinking about power. That didn't make me lazy. It's just I took my eye off of it. And had I been raised by the kind of men that I wish I had been raised by, they would have told me, no, man, this is the time you put your foot on the gas and really go. You don't slow down. Yes, you take a break. You get you a you get you a Monte Cristo #2 torpedo. You get you a McAllen 25. You get you a nice 12-ounce filet with the bone in, medium rare with kosher salt on the side, a little asparagus, a crab cake. You do these things. And then you get your ass back in and start scrapping again. You don't sit back and order the steak and then the lobster, then the crab, then this, then that, and you keep eating and eating and eating and eating because eventually the bill's gonna come. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, ladies, we also gonna talk about a topic next week. This buy now, worry later. See, oftentimes when we take our eyes off of power, our mouths write a check that our ass can't cash. See, what the real issue was is the next steps in power, I lacked the skill sets, meaning I was a good individual contributor. I was a hell of an individual player, but I lacked the ability to effectively network and play well with others. Hello, all black men. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for us right now. Yeah, hell yeah. We're great individual scorers. Oh shit, we'll playground basketball it up, but have us try to run a play well with the group. Excuse me? What? Oh no, you just want everybody to give you the ball and you want you to clear out. Let me do what I do. No. See, anytime you're on top or you're winning and you decide to slow down, there's usually because there's something coming ahead that you don't want to deal with. There's a curve coming up and your car does well straight, but you don't know how to corner. You can't drift. You can't do something. Well, the way I used to think back then, I'll wait. I figured out I'll analysis paralysis instead of speed into the corner. Learn. Figure out, and one of the best things, one of my best friends, and he'll tell you, one of the best things I ever learned is to admit I don't know shit. One of the best things I ever learned through therapy is to admit I don't know a damn thing. You're good at this. I don't know how to do it. Teach me. Best practices and trying and failing. See, a powerful man understands it's a long-term game. And it's not, you don't worry about failing in front of people who don't necessarily matter to your end-term success. Yeah, you fall. People are going to laugh. Think about when I was a young boy and I played the cornet. 4th grade cornet, it was hell on my family and my neighbors. I sounded horrible. But when I went from cornet to 2nd chair, 3rd chair cornet, 2nd chair cornet, 1st chair cornet, then I graduated to trumpet, but I had to go back to 3rd chair trumpet instead of 1st chair cornet. Yeah. 2nd chair trumpet, 1st chair trumpet, drum major, jazz band. There was a time about 6 years later, where my neighbors would come outside, pour a glass of wine, smoke their cigarettes, and wait to hear me play Dizzy Gillespie, Miles Davis, Herb Alpert. Just something. You have to have.
So let me ask y'all this question, gentlemen. Since he's still speaking about power and the concept of dominant, right? To be the dominant person, right? Let me ask y'all this question. All the way up to right now, do you believe exercising this power of dominance has helped us in the modern relationships with us, men and women? Because this is like I say, this is one of these things that I don't agree with Kevin Samuels on, because this is leading towards the conversation that he was talking about utilizing domestic discipline. Okay. Those y'all don't know what domestic discipline is. Kevin Samuels believed that
men should orchestrate domestic discipline towards women again. Domestic discipline happened way before feminism was happening. Matter of fact, domestic discipline was happening through the foundation of this country, meaning that men would put their hands on women. Men were literally treating their women like property. If that woman didn't do this certain thing that this man dominated her or commanded her to do, then guess what? He abused her. He beat her. Another form of domestic discipline was dealing with women submitting themselves to be part of this domestic discipline, or they call it corporal punishment. They call it corporal punishment. So my question once again is, do y'all believe that all the way up into this modern day time, his concept about power and dominance, is it beneficial to us as men in incorporating it to our women? If you say that yes, Urban, it is, we need to utilize this, then I'm going to call you on your bullshit.
That's bullshit.
I am. Because that mindset, that way of thinking is what caused the feminist movement to start in the first place. And I'm just being honest with y'all. Now, my framework is a little bit different, okay? When I look at power, right, I don't look at power as being a dominant person overall. When we talk about relationships, when I look at power, I look at it as a form of boundaries and respect. Once again, I look at it as a form of boundaries and respect, meaning that you're setting certain type of parameters, you're setting certain type of boundaries, and that person have to respect them boundaries. Like, case in point, for example, if you and your woman or you and your wife, y'all had discussed prior, after the vetting process, right, you had discussed to her that this is an absolute no-no to me. I feel uncomfortable if you do this. That is the boundaries that you set in right off the bat. And she tell you the same as that thing. I feel uncomfortable if you do this. It's not a power control. It's not a dominance, but you're setting boundaries. And from boundaries, you have to go into respect. Now, I believe that having boundaries and respect will go way farther than you being a dominant person where you're trying to force power on people. Throughout history, every culture, every man, every king, every queen who force dominance over people, that empire normally do not last. It may last for a moment, for a few moments, but guess what happens? Eventually, what's going to happen is that it's going to be a revolt, meaning that people is going to push against it. Hence, in this particular situation that I'm talking about, hence the reason why feminism exists to this day. What do y'all think about that? Waffle Spoons, he said, that's how life is in New Orleans. Kids play their musical instrument every single day after school. I believe you have a conversation with Lionel. I could be very wrong, but domestic discipline is the reason why feminism was created. Yes, it is. Absolutely it is. Feminism was literally created because of what Kevin Samuels is saying what we should do. And then subverting from within is part of divide and conquer. And yes, finally, that's why feminism was created. Absolutely. I agree with you, gentlemen. I agree.
So yeah, here's some framework dealing with this, where it's leaning towards the domestic discipline part. I do not agree with that at all. Period. I believe that that's something that is absolutely obsolete and never been beneficial. Period. But let's continue, y'all.
Patience to go through the pain. So a lot of us don't want to deal with the pain because we didn't learn how to deal with pain. This is where daddy not being there fucks up so many of us, because we got all this testosterone. And we don't know how to deal with pain in a masculine way, so we end up bitching out.
Oh, also, that's to bring this reference to, this domestic discipline is also what caused the children to either be raped or molested. Just throw that out there.
We end up dealing with pain in a feminine way because we was raised by our mamas. There wasn't, and there's no shot at the mothers. But mothers cannot raise sons effectively to deal with male emotions. Emotions and testosterone are fucking dangerous. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a psychiatrist, and I was like, anyway. Pain has a purpose.
Yeah, fact, abuse of powers, absolutely.
But incorrectly channeled through the feminine emotions in a masculine frame leads to chaos and destruction. Because all it takes is that one bad decision, one wrong move, one wrong step, and you can have life-altering choices. This is why training is so important. Discipline is so important. Power is not a boy's game. It's a man's pursuit. Power in all things. Power at all times. The game of power is something that men worldwide approve. We understand, and black men in particular, this is what we must start doing. Our women are in power. Understand something. Power only accedes to a demand. You want power? Power must be taken. It's not given.
So do y'all agree with his point on that? Do y'all believe that power must be taken by force? Do you agree with that? Now, once again, in this particular segment, this is where frameworks are being separated. Okay. The reason why is because we have two different ideologies. Now, I understand from, Kevin's generation, I understand why his mindset is the way that it is. I get it. But when you deal with my generation and other generations and stuff, right, it's totally different. I don't believe that in this modern day time that power must be taken by force. I don't. I believe that true power is earned through discipline, boundaries, and respect. That's what I believe. That's why I keep referencing over and over again, with great power comes with great responsibility. Because any person could have a power or attribute, right? And if they don't have discipline enough to utilize it and to the intended purpose what it need to be, then guess what? They're going to dominate it. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to become egotistical in a negative way. They're going to ultimately end up becoming this narcissistic king, a narcissistic person, power hungry. They can't be taught at all, period. They're always right. Everybody else is wrong. So I'm in my perspective,
I believe that power should be earned through boundaries, through trust, through respect, versus you trying to force your will onto other people to prove that you this dominant person. Matter of fact, through Kevin Samuel's generation and generations prior before that, like the boomers and prior before that, they believe that this is the way for them to be known as the man of the house. But my question is this: how successful were they in this endeavor by applying this? How successful were their household? Were their households were at peace, or were they still constantly at war? Did the children end up being brought up to where they have respect and power and all the stuff? Or did they grow up to be some narcissistic, psychotic assholes? I'm just saying.
Our first thing in our community is we can talk about the bonnets and the slippers and all this other stuff until we actually are working together and take the power position in our own community. No other race of men has to take us seriously. So yeah, while we sit around and talk about Big Shirley and all this other stuff. Yeah. One way to actually combat this stuff is become the group of men we need to be. And we determine what's acceptable for them, and then they have a choice. If they want to be on our plan, if they want to be on the winning team, they want to be where this is. They gotta decide to do what? Drop the weight, check the attitude, put the bonnet up, all the stuff we've been asking. Get power. Then you can start making demands. I don't expect black women to give us anything. They shouldn't. We have to take it. Because if we can't, every other group of men has to fight for power. You have to fight for power amongst them. Well, how are we going to fight on both sides? We got to fight our women and the world? Yes. Now what? What you want me to tell you? No.
So my question here is that if we have to take it by force, right? How would that look like? What would be the training behind that? Like he was speaking on earlier about us training, like in martial arts and different things like that. So in this particular example, what would be the training behind you teaching men how to take their power by force from I women? How would that look like? What would be the regimen behind that? What would be the skill level behind that? Because when modern women, when they hear things like this, right, they're going to immediately believe that Kevin Samuels is acting like a misogynist. Now, we know as men, we know that Kevin isn't a misogynist, but he is part of this boomers generation who's kind of stuck in their ways. And all this is because how the way they've been brought up. But the modern women, they will look at him and saying, yeah, you're a misogynist, bro, for real. And you talking about domestic discipline, yeah. God damn. I'm just saying. Now, once again, I understand where he's coming from. Believe me, I do. But I believe that in this particular segment, I believe that his framework is obsolete. It does not work for this modern generation at all, period. Because all it's going to do is create more chaos. But let's continue.
Cry me a river. Fuck you. There's no crime.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Waffle and Spoons. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. You shouldn't. You should not accept low quality behavior from women. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. That's why I say this all the time, that not only you should be vetting out your women, but also boundaries should be set in place as well too.
Just like how the women have boundaries, they have negotiables versus non-negotiables. We as men, we should have the same as that thing too. But here's the but part of this. And I have said this. We are weak in expressing non-negotiables. Am I lying? The reason why we become weak in expressing our non-negotiables is simply because we get pussy craze. We put pussy on a pedestal. Once when that woman whip out that coochie on you and start pillow talking to you, you forget that you even a man. Am I lying? And so now, instead of you having your non-negotiable, guess what you're doing as a man? You're compromising. You're saying, well, it's not that serious that she's sitting up here talking back at me and emasculating me. She only did it because she was on her period. Bro, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
But typically, that's what happened to the brothers when they're compromising ourselves. We want to negotiate our non-negotiables when we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that at all, period. J. Paul, what's up with us? Salute, welcome. But let's continue, y'all.
Baseball. Oh, man, that's fucked up, man. The Monahan report and the civil rights movement. Yep, you right. You know me. I'm on your side, but I ain't never been nobody to tell me to get to the back of the bus. I've never really feared a lynching. I mean, come on, man. I am the number one advocate, but I'm more of an advocate for men taking power. And the first thing you must master is yourself. If you cannot master you can call yourself a high value man, an alpha male, a select guy. You can call yourself Rumpelstiltskin is all I care, but you can't lead nobody if they don't choose to follow you. You can pound your chest and say you alpha, 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 alpha. But if they're not following you, what are you going to do? Sign language them? Oh, you should follow me because I'm an alpha. Look at how strong I am. Look at how deep my voice is. Look at my beard. Look at my tattoos.
Shout out to Waffle and Spoons with the super chat. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it a whole lot. Kevin Samuels, he's mentioning about the alpha male, right? I believe that the term alpha male is overused, to be honest with you, first of all. And second of all, I honestly believe that that men shouldn't be alpha males. I believe that men should actually be stoic and be sigma males, respectfully. But that's another show for another time. As a matter of fact, my moderator, Lionel, he wanted me to do a whole episode talking about sigma males. And how the way us sigma males should be and how men should be sigma males. So that's coming soon to a theater near you. All right. So, but let's continue.
Look at that. No. Alphas don't have to walk around saying I'm alpha. Grandfather with a 4th grade education. You've all heard this before. If you got to say I'm a man in my own house, you've already lost. If you got to go ahead and tell people you're an alpha, what? Power. 3 male archetypes. And I'm opening up the call lines. 3 male archetypes. And this is where I'm about to really go in the black male community. Stop being stupid. 3 male archetypes: refined, rakish, and rogue. Refined, I fall into the refined category. Much more of a sophisticated gentleman. Martinis, that kind of stuff. Don Draper, Mad Men, that's a refined kind of style personality. Rakish, think of Johnny Depp. Think of actually Tony Stark in Iron Man. Robert Downey's Tony Stark. He's much more of the rake.
Dude made up a fictional character, huh?
And then the rogue. The rogue, think Han Solo, Harrison Ford.
Damn, another fictional character.
Much more of a swashbuckling personality, refined, rakish, and rogue. I've talked about this. And the more direct translation to the black community will be the pretty boy, the bad boy, and the roughneck. The pretty boy, the bad boy, and the roughneck. The problem is, in our community, we have made it to where only one personality is considered to be above all the others. We've made it to where the rogue.
It's nothing wrong with fictional characters.
The roughneck.
No, it's no Morris. There's nothing wrong with fictional characters. I don't have a problem with fictional characters. It was just the point that he was referencing fictional characters to his framework. That's why I was pointed out. Because the reason why is because he had a whole lot of plethora actual real people that he could have referenced to that, and I found it interesting that he chose fictional characters to do that. I understand. That's why I'm laughing about it.
We made it to where the roughneck is the only thing we'll accept. Because see, the bad boy can still have a suit on. The rogue doesn't wear a suit. We made it to where we have a one-dimensional masculinity in the black community. This is why people continue to call a man like myself gay. When in every other community, I'm just called a producer. The concept of calling a man gay because he actually cares about his appearance, is learned, and does the work day in and day out, we minimize it because you've been told that the only masculinity in that's valid is the roughneck. And this is
so real quick. Let me address this because he's talking about a person who is known as a metrosexual. All right, the metrosexual. So pretty much what a metrosexual is a person who cares a lot about their appearance. It's a man who cares a lot about his appearance. He's that man who's considered as a pretty boy. Well, he's always in the mirror. He's always doing, self-care and these different things like that. That's what a metrosexual is. But the bad part about this is that living in this modern day time, down low men and men who are either trans or, people who are trans or down low or, these other type of gender types and stuff, right? They had infiltrated metrosexuality. And so now you see this infiltration and of course y'all know how media is. Instead of them seeing actual metrosexual men, just like the late Kevin Samuels, people would consider me as a metrosexual man as well too, how the way I dress. Even though I haven't been dressing for y'all a lot lately, but people would consider me as a metrosexual man as well too. But social media will show the ones who are either DL, they'll show the one who are either trans or, gender fluid, whatever you want to call that bullshit, right? They'll show them, they'll outline them more than the actual male, masculine, metrosexual men. So guess what they do? They end up putting all of us into this bucket of being a down low man or, gay and different things like that. Now, part of my motto is that I do believe that men should most definitely take care of themselves. You should have self-care. You should look into the mirror and you should love yourself for real, because how in the hell are you going to love someone else when you don't even love yourself? How in the hell are you going to take care of someone else when you can't even take care of yourself? So yeah, absolutely, man, should be metrosexual. You should be taking care of yourself. You should be groomed and everything. You know what I'm saying? Whatever type of brand of the clothes that you see fit that you want to wear, you wear it. Self-care also deals with health. Being a metrosexual also deals with health as well too. So that's the reason why I wanted to stop and explain it to y'all real quick, because it was being infiltrated that way. But metrosexual don't have, even though that there are down low men and trans men who are performing on that, right? The original concept of metrosexual males dealt with masculine men. Yeah, metrosexuals like Prince, Michael Jackson, Shay Moore, them men like that, they're considered as metrosexual males. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, they're masculine. Ain't nothing gay about them. They masculine, but they dress a certain type of way because that's what they enjoy doing. Well grooming, everything.
I'm saying Generation X, this is where we dropped the ball. We seeded the ground to gangster rap and hip hop. We went to college and X-Clan and Public Enemy were in. And we seeded the ground to this gangster rap hip hop, the thugification of Black America, to where
you good, Mars?
You got to be street or hood to be a man. Except that don't run no that doesn't run any businesses.
Yeah, fact, they still getting women. Yeah, facts.
The roles of any group doesn't build like the bad boy, the pretty boy. The rogue of any group does not build like the refined and the rake. Now, why is every other group, they don't fight between those three? But in our group, it's constant infighting because we got this only one can be right. Some people call it the Highlander or the Jesus thing. All I'm saying, and if you as a Black man cannot get over this bullshit, or if you're not alpha unless you're a roughneck, get out of here. Get out of here. Because one of the main things we do with ourselves, we limit ourselves by our own image. Just Google search Black man. Just Google search Black man. See what pops up. Then Google search white man. Google search Chinese man, Mexican man, Pakistani man. Just Google and see what images pop up. Now the funny thing is, back in the 50s and 60s, we embraced all three. We had the rogue, the rake, and the refined. We had the pretty boy, the bad boy, and the roughneck. We had all of those. But when you allow somebody to take away things and we define ourselves by one thing, they are limiting your power options. That means you can only run play. And all they got to do is shut that play down. The NFL used to be a running league for the longest, until people start learning how to pass and run, and then throw passes to backs coming to running backs to coming out of the backfield. Now the NFL, we went from a running league to the West Coast offense, changed the game. So, gentlemen, I don't care if 80% of us are born out of wedlock. I don't care about institutionalized this or whatever. Every group has its challenges. Prejudice is a human condition. Some sort of ism is a human condition. The trick is to make yourself powerful enough to where it doesn't affect you. In this country, it starts, first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. And I've already said it in this country, but for us, it has to start here and here. Man, I know what I'm talking about. Maybe it still is all the women, and I can hear it already. It don't matter what we do, the women are still gonna be out of control, and
here's another thing where I don't agree with that concept. First, you got to get the money, then the power, then the women. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's another boomer ideology that's obsolete. You know what I'm saying? Now, I came on meet with him where he tried to correct it and say it do start with your mind, which in essence, that's true. But In order for it to store within your mind, gentlemen, is first of all, you have to be trained in that concept to even understand it. That's not something that's going to just come. You literally have to be trained and understand that concept. And so once again, that's what my A.R.D.D.L model does for you in this modern day time, where it trains you in that concept, where it trains your mind first. Then within your mind is going to train your body. It's going to train your spirit. And then it's going to manifest into the things that you need in order to accomplish the goals that you have set out, which is eventually you're going to need the money. Because yes, currency do flows within our country. You need money to survive. You need money to sustain yourself as a man. You need money to sustain your family if that's your desire to have a family. Absolutely.
But I would tell you this way. I would rather be on this side fighting that battle than broke. I'd rather be on this side fighting that battle than in a position of powerlessness. I would rather be over this side and on a trying something different instead of just throwing your hands up and saying, well, it's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us. Everything that's ever been done has been bigger than any one man. Let's get...
real quick. Waffle said this, and I believe this is very important. He said women should never be a goal. They only should be dessert. Now, the reason why I'm highlighting this is this goes back to what I was saying a few moments ago. Now, I want y'all to consider this. Consider you a man, right? And you've been trained on this concept that a woman should be the goal, that the woman should be the prize, that your end goal is for you to get a woman, get her pregnant, get married, and have children. And that's it. That's the end of your story. Unfortunately, brothers, a lot of us been trained in that concept. A lot of us. That in order for you to be a man, you have to do these things. Go after the woman, then from there get the woman pregnant, then from there have children with the woman, then get married, then get the white picket fence, and that's the end of your story. But I call bullshit on that.
That's bullshit.
I do. We have to be retrained, or just like what Lionel said in the chat, that we have to evolve from all that, where that is not the priority. It shouldn't be. Now, if you just so happen meeting a woman and she's there as a helpmeet to accomplish your goals that you have for your life, then absolutely include her into that. But that's only after you have properly vetted out that woman and see that she fits for everything that you desire. But once again, where we end up failing at is because of what we've been taught earlier, that, hey, we should go after a woman because she's the goal. She's the prize. And we end up getting pussy whipped. But let's continue. We're going to let Kevin talk a little bit more on his framework, right? And then we're going to get to the second half of the show. And the second half of the show is when he's going to actually do the call lines, all right? Because I want y'all to hear his call line as well too, because his call line is going to go with the conversation we're talking about his P.M.S framework versus my A.R.D.D.L model. All right. Those of y'all who are tuned in right now, I appreciate you tuning into the stream right now. Today's episode, does Kevin Samuels' P.M.S framework fit with the A.R.D.D.L model that I have created? All right. Those of you here, make sure you hit the thumbs up to support the channel, and let's go ahead and continue.
In order to talk to me, you must be on camera. Whether you're on Zoom or whether you're side by side on the interview, you must be on camera. You must have your background noise cut off. One person at a time. And like anything else, you cannot overtalk me. What do you disagree about? Let's talk about the problem. Let's get it.
All right, so we're not going to listen to the Money Work song, because if I listen to it, it's going to give me a copyright strike, because even he do got this song
copyright strike. All right. So we're going to pass her doing a little dance and stuff. We're going to get to the main call line. All right. This is the part that I've been waiting on too. All right. So let's get it.
Be on subject. You must be on subject. You must be on subject. What are the disagreements? What are the issues? If you don't have an issue or a disagreement, free up the space. If you're calling in to say you appreciate the platform and things like that, I appreciate it, but that's not tonight. Tonight it's time for men to talk about man stuff. There we go. Put the link right there. Boom. Oh my God. Just a second. Why is it not going back? All right. Has everybody seen the link in the chat room? Been posted? There it is. I'm going to post that again so everybody can see. I would prefer you guys to join via the Ask Godfather link. Ask Godfather is going to be Well, we'll go one at a time. If you're not on video, you can't come in. Oh, you got to be on video, man. You can't I don't want to look at your kitchen. You got to be on video. All right, I'm going to mention this one more time and I'm going to hang up on you. Joseph, get on. You got to be on video or I'm going to drop you. Well, bye, Joseph.
So, Kevin
Guys, I said it before.
Kevin Samuels had way more patience than me because, like, I believe that if I already gave you the instructions of how the show is going to be running and operate, you as a man, you must abide by it right then and there. If you're not abiding by it, I'm not going to give you no chance. So you're immediately going to get dropped. We're going to keep going and keep going. That's probably the reason why, gentlemen, I haven't did no calling shows lately. Simply because I ain't lying. I end up losing patience real quick. I really do because I don't tolerate bullshit. I don't.
That's bullshit.
Especially when I lay down the guidelines. So I don't tolerate it. So, but yeah.
And I'm going to say it again. You got to be on the camera. And just like y'all always talking about the women, they need to be ready. Don't be coming in here in your male bonnets. Don't be coming in here with your room dirty. Don't be coming in here laying on the goddamn couch. It's in a frat room. Get your shit together. Goodbye, Sarge. Told you your camera has to be on.
Yeah, male bonnets.
Hello? Gotta hold the camera steady, Wesley. All right. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Hello? Hello? How are you? Good. What's your disagreement?
Bad boy and pretty boy. I don't fall in either one of those categories. Not a pretty boy, never claimed to be. Not a bad boy. Grew up in a rough neighborhood, but never considered myself like a bad boy, roughneck. So, I mean, I would maybe ask, and I know this is your platform, that maybe there'd be a fourth category. Nope. Okay.
Fine, rakish, and rogue. They're always the same. See, it's one thing we have to do in the black community. We always want to change definitions of shit.
That's true. That's true. And
so whatever one you
right.
fit mostly into, that's what it is.
I
mean, and here's the thing, whatever you fit mostly into is what it is. Because if we did what you say, right? Then somebody could say, well, I don't fall in either one of those. Can we have another category? I don't follow one of those. Can I have another category? Then you got all this other stuff going on like today with all these pronouns and no, man.
Good point. I mean, I think that's
I mean, I get what you're saying, but we are people who always want to be individuals.
Now, I don't think I want to be an individual. And I understand what you're saying. We try to individualize. I think one of the problems we have is not coming together. And I think your points as it relates to us controlling our imagery and controlling media, I think is very important.
When we control our image, the first image we control is the one that's in the mirror.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the one that you have the most power over. And, it's really no real strong disagreement.
Okay.
Honestly, I think you're doing a great job. I wish you had been around when I was 40 rather than me being 57.
I appreciate it, but I got
you got a lot of
15
people
over here.
Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it.
Lord Jesus. Man.
All right, guys.
Man, this man just said a few months ago, look, he only taking people who are disagreeing with him. Not if you're agreeing with him. Damn. Yeah, I'm with you, Lionel. You couldn't super chat that. You could have done something, super chat that to him.
Ask everybody in either room, if you don't have a disagreement, please drop. Okay? I got 24 people over here and a full house over here. You all can't have disagreements. So I'm going to go back and play a quick song. Wait for the people to disagree to drop.
No more, I'm done. I'm fed up. Game over.
28.
Yeah, I had to speed it up because I don't want to get copyrighted because I see it coming. All right, so we're going to get by right there.
Oh, Nick.
Hey, Kevin.
How are you? What's the disagreement?
The disagreement is on the process of power back as a people.
Excuse me?
We don't need.
Hold on. The disagreement say what?
Go for it. On the process of taking our power back as a people, right? So, and this is more a devil's advocate position thing.
I didn't give a process of taking the power back.
Well, then how do we? Then that's really what is. How do we do? I've heard you talk at length at different points about controlling the black male image, about controlling our image.
But I didn't give a process of taking our power back.
Yeah, you showed
that's true.
So that's not what I'm talking about. I've talked about controlling your image.
So y'all remember when I was telling y'all earlier in the show, and I was getting y'all the distinction between men who are actually listening to his content versus the men who are not listening to it. And that guy gave y'all a distinction saying that the men who not listening to it, they just only listen to it for entertainment purposes. They only listen to it when Kevin is on going back and forth with the women and doing all these things and they're cheering it on and all this stuff there, but they're not listening to the overall message of what he's saying. This is a prime example of this right here. Because like I say, we all had already reacted to this, and I already broke it down to you, everything they was talking about. And I also gave you my agreements in disagreements about what Kerry Sanders was saying. Articulate that. But however, you get gentlemen like this who just want to be on camera and get out here talking about something that Kevin Sanders wasn't even talking about at all, period.
All right.
But other people can talk about the process of taking it all back. That's not, I don't do everything. How old are you?
28, sir.
Did you go to college?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Spent 7 years in the military. Actually spent a lot of time in your hometown, Oklahoma City, Tinker Air Force Base. And then got my degree last year.
In what?
In a business administration. Partly my clearance into doing some consulting.
And what are you doing now?
Consulting work in DC.
Okay. And what are your plans? Where do you see yourself in the next 10 years?
I'm at that point trying to figure that out. I've got a good career going, got a set up as well. But
at 28 years old, he's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And your competitors are doing what?
Bro, stumped.
They're locked in. I'm figuring it out.
No sense of urgency with most black men.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to talk about the process of taking power back when the very power that you need to be operating is your profession and understanding where you want to be in 1, 3, 5, 10 years, locked in. You married?
No, sir.
Any
No,
children?
not married. Kids.
None?
No, not that I know of.
Do you want to have any?
I do. Still trying to figure out the process that goes along with that. I was introduced to your content probably.
How many hours a week are you working?
50. Need to make it more.
Salary?
Salary.
You have a part-time job?
I'm trying to build up and doing some entertainment stuff on the side as well.
You know me.
So, Morris, I'm glad that you mentioned this because I was going to say something about this as well, too. I'm surprised that he didn't mention his military as a career. Once again, I'm surprised that he didn't mention his military as an actual career. If you're in the military, you're serving in the military, and you also got a degree out of that, I believe that you are doing better than a lot of men out there. Now, here's the bad part about this. And this is a part that I talked to my oldest son about, the one I told you that's in the military, right? I talk to him about this all the time. It's one thing to be in the military and be a part of the military, but it's another thing that's doing it for recreational purposes, meaning that you're doing it because you really don't know what else that you want to do. And so you're just doing it for recreational purposes. That's the preoccupied time. There are many men out there that are doing this right now where they in the military and they're just preoccupying time because they don't know exactly what they want to do in their life. I believe that while you're doing this right, you should have some type of goal. You should have something that you're working towards and just not doing it because it sounds cool to do. Or doing it just because you getting military benefits. So that's it. You should literally have a goal and a purpose behind it. Same concept. Same concept about a person who just goes to college, right? You shouldn't go to college because it just sounds cool to do. You shouldn't go to college because it's a HBCU or whatever the case may be, right? You should be going because you literally have a purpose to why you're doing it. You have a plan set. And you operating in that plan. But if you don't have that, then basically you're just doing, to me, you're doing it for recreational purposes. And unfortunately, that's what mess up a lot of us men. When you lack purpose, you need to have purpose. You need to have a reason why you're doing it. Same concept for a relationship. If you desire to be in a relationship, you have to have a reason on why you want to be in a relationship. And I believe that a lot of men need to ask that question to themselves. What is the reason why I want to be in a relationship? What's the whole point of it? Is it because I'm lonely as hell? Is it because I'm horny as hell? Is it because I just want to have children? Or is it because I truly value companionship and want to seek out a woman who's going to be a purpose for us, who's going to actually be that help me? So it should be some system set in place for you to do these things. But if you don't have no purpose, no goal, then you're just floating around there. Hence, you're just wasting time.
Stand-up stuff.
Some stand-up stuff?
Yeah. That's my passion. If I can make
Take
money
full
doing
advantage of
that.
Passions are great. Passions are great, but you get to do those after you're successful.
Yeah.
Appreciate your waffle
Are you
spoons.
making 3 times your age in income?
More than that.
Good. But still, now the point is, see, we talk about the whole process of power. Do you have a network of men that you can call on and collaborate with and build with?
I'm building that this year. That's a big focus for me.
All
Really
right,
getting
so
out there and
this is one of the places where we fell behind. And you'll be 30 just like that. You're still trying to get yourself locked in as far as your career plans, and you don't have a network. When your non-black counterparts are coming out of school with these things in mind and building networks and going and building their network of men. Many of these guys, if you plan on staying in corporate America, marriage is going to be on the, especially if you plan on going up, marriage is going to be on the docket at some point because there is a marriage cap and everybody can like it or dislike it. So, in due respect, stand up.
Wait, what?
yeah.
I don't really care about passion. I care about practical.
Yeah, this is another thing where I disagree with Kevin on, because like I say, he always push about marriage and family and stuff, and now he's been disingenuous saying that corporation and business under marriage more than a man who's single. I call bullshit on that.
That's bullshit.
I would say that it's the other way around, that corporations and businesses value men who are single more than a man who's married. And the reason why I say that is because a man who's single, he could bring more value to the corporation, meaning that he could work longer hours. He's not going to be limited to, I got to get out for work at 5 o'clock because my son got a baseball game, or I can't go to a corporate meeting after hours because my wife going to be thinking I'm cheating on her. Am I lying? So when you do become married, there are limitations behind it. Dealing with businesses, it is. So I would say that it'd be more beneficial for a dude to be single than you're in your corporate life. I'm just saying, than to be married.
And so many of us have passions. And while we're sitting around trying to figure it out, and then we wonder why our women won't follow us.
Agreed.
All right,
I
man.
agree. Hey.
Okay, let me get on to the next person. Go ahead, unmute yourself. I need you to stay still. You got to stand still. Unmute yourself, please. Hello? 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 Yes, I can. How old are you? Okay, what is your disagreement at 22 years old?
Okay, my disagreement per se is I guess we it's with Black America. Well, Black men, to be honest. I'm a military man. I'm stationed in the United States Air Force.
You have a okay. I want to be clear. You have a problem with Black America?
Black men, because we try to put so much emphasis on trying to make it now, trying to do everything now, and like you said, patience.
Okay, that's not a disagreement with anything I'm talking about. We have a disagreement with anything I'm talking about.
Bro just came up here to make his own topic.
Okay. Guys, if you don't have a disagreement with anything I'm talking about, due respect, please fall back. I have 50 some odd people wanting to get in. I'm going to ask the same questions. If you don't have a disagreement with something I talk about, please fall back. I don't want your disagreements with Black America. You got to have a disagreement with something I talk about. I can't see you, Ray. You seem kind of off there, but we'll go. Hello?
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Okay, we're going to skip on through.
Yep, he can't hear you.
All right, let's go here. And I'm going to come back to Zoom. Hello?
Hey, how's it going, Sam?
Good, how are you? How old are you?
My disagreement.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Your disagreement?
My disagreement with what you're presenting this evening is that without power, us as African American men can't be productive or continue to move forward in society. And I've made a lot of mistakes at 31, but
your disagreement is, make your disagreement concise. It sounds like you have a disagreement without, I don't understand what your disagreement is.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time forming it into words, honestly. So yeah, I apologize for wasting your time.
All right. See, this is,
and here's another thing too, Jimmy, that I want to bring to y'all attention. And this is the reason why I'm sharing this with y'all tonight. The reason why I'm doing this is because a lot of our brothers, they say that they are leaders. They say that they're protectors. They say that they're providers. They say that they are strong. They say all these positive affirmation things about themselves, right? But when it comes to them actually articulating that, they appear as fragile, weak, indecisive. Brothers, that's a problem. Now, I understand the concept that you're going on to a live show and you could become nervous with having a conversation with a person. I get it. It happens to me sometimes. Even the best of us, it happens. It happens. But even behind that, we still have to have what is known as decorum. Decorum not only about the show, but decorum for ourselves as well too. I would actually say this. This would be the moment where your pride and ego should be on overdrive, to be quite honest. Where you be overconfident. But that doesn't mean. Once again, shout out to everybody who's tuned into the stream right now. We're reacting to Kevin Samuels. The title of the show is, Does Kevin Samuels' P.M.S. framework fit the A.R.D.D.L model that I currently have right now? We went through the first half of his show where he was explaining what P.M.S. is. If you didn't catch that, you can want to catch the replay of my show because I don't feel like explaining it again. But Now what we're doing, we're looking at the callers now. The callers are coming in and we're trying to see if any one of these callers have a disagreement with his P.M.S framework. So far, every caller, maybe out except for maybe just the one, but every caller, they didn't got on camera and they just completely out of decorum. They're not even following the topic. They're not articulating themselves, and some of them just want to be on camera. Just be on camera. Let's call it for what it is. And so that's a problem. That's a problem. But let's continue.
All right, let's get on to the next person. Guys, do me a favor. Try to have it kind of formulated what you want to talk about. Because when I click to you, you're going to be on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about that,
Lionel.
Lionel.
Ready to go.
I don't know about that.
You know what? Let me do this in the Zoom.
So they can't follow the quorum, then I don't know.
Let's do this. All right. So here's the thing. Let's do this. All right, that's one person. That's two people. Okay, Ishmael. You ready? Wave. Wave if you're ready to go. All right. All right. Hello?
What's going on?
How are you? How old are you?
Me? I'm 28.
All right. What's the disagreement?
I don't feel, even if black men reach the certain level that that we should aspire to reach, I don't think the black women will follow us. I feel like 80% of them will still shit on us and leave us hanging.
Why? First of all, you said I feel twice. See any issue with that?
No.
That's a problem. As a man, you shouldn't worry about how you feel. It's about what we think and what we do. It's one of the things we talk about women all the time. They always say, I feel, I feel, I feel. So what makes black women biologically different than any other group?
So I'm going to ask y'all the same question, chat. How do y'all feel about a man that say, I feel? What's your understanding behind that? Behind this concept? Because his concept in this framework is that a man shouldn't feel, he should do, and he should react. Now, once again, this is one of his frameworks that doesn't go align with my framework, because I don't believe a man should be reacting like that. Also, I do believe, well, not only believe, but I know without a shadow of doubt that a man do supposed to feel. You do. This is one of the teachings that Cameron Samuels did. Another one of his teachings that he did that I don't agree with. And a lot of men had gravitated to that. A man's supposed to absolutely feel. Because feeling or feelings is part of an emotion. A matter of fact, it's part of the human emotion. It's part of the human experience for you to feel. What's interesting about this is that, gentlemen, I had did a show talking about stoicism, right? Do you know that there are men, especially not only men, but my fellow content creator colleagues, right? They believe that when a man is stoic, that means that he's just this robot, right? Who doesn't feel anything. It's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
When you're stoic, you do feel. When you're a man, you do feel. You do have feelings. You do get hurt. You do have regret. You do feel disappointment. You do feel happy. You do feel sad. I believe that it is not only reckless, but I believe that this particular teaching is very, very damaging, especially to our weaker counterparts, our weaker brothers. Especially our weaker brothers who are dealing with things such as mental issues. When you're telling them that they shouldn't feel. Do y'all know that people with mental disorders such as being manic, such as being sociopaths and psychopaths, do you know that they carry the same ideology too, where they don't feel, they just react? Y'all do understand that, right? Do y'all also understand that by have feelings, that is also could be considered as a boundary as well too, meaning that something had triggered this emotional response? Y'all do understand that, right? So yes, a man should absolutely feel. He should say it 50 times, 100 times. Yes, I feel. This is one of these moments of time where I hope that where I wanted to actually do a call-in show with Kevin Samuels, but he ended up passing away before I even got the chance to do it, just so I could talk to him about this topic of feelings of a man feel. Because how the way I'm presenting to y'all here, presenting to him the same exact way, telling him that yes, absolutely a man feel. In fact, I would have reference to him because he have feelings. The moment when somebody disrespect him, do you know that's part of a feeling, which is just an emotion? It's an emotional response. He did it all the time. A matter of fact, he was displaying it even while on this show. He was displaying his feelings. I'm just saying. But y'all let me know about that. Do y'all believe a man should feel or shouldn't feel?
Biologically?
Yes.
There's no difference.
Then why
not from a biological perspective.
Then why would they not respond to the same evolutionary biology type things?
From what I've seen from anecdotal experience, it's like it's a temporary
What part of the
reaction.
country do you live in?
I'm in Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
So why does the divorce rate drop dramatically for black couples as well over an income of $250,000?
I didn't know that.
Maybe because you're not part of that group. See, if you're going to say something like that, I'm going to challenge it. Because basically what you're putting out here is you don't feel black women are going to, okay, I'll go with that. But why? Based upon what?
It's what I've seen my entire life.
Yeah,
black women have been my enemy my entire life.
They've been your what?
My enemy.
What do you mean your enemy?
Whether it's me, whether it's people that I know or people that I'm even related to, if there are strides towards success that are being made, there's an active effort to get in the way of the progress of what it is that we're doing. Like, honestly, like,
what does that mean though? You come in and say black women have been my enemy. You're gonna have to give me a specific.
Okay.
Let you go, man. I'm trying to.
I recently dated a woman who was pursuing a dual doctorate degree in medicine and in chemistry.
I'm a PhD.
Throughout the entire relationship, the only time that we didn't have an argument or we didn't have any kind of ridiculous back and forth is when we were having sex. You know what I'm saying? Like
How
once
old are
the
you?
orgasm was out the
How old are you?
28,
And how long did you guys
28.
date?
I've known her for 8 years, dated her for 1.
And you dated her to what end? What was the intended outcome? To what end? Yeah. Dating has a purpose.
I was interested in marrying her.
You dated her
For
with
sure.
okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a musician and an Uber driver.
What?
I know.
You serious? Are you trolling me? Ninja
No,
what?
I'm not.
Ninja what? You date your enemy is your pocketbook.
I know.
Don't come here to talk about black women as your man, see? I mean, are you being serious, bro?
I am, but the finances is definitely something that I'm working on.
No, hell no. A black woman who's dating you actually came in here to tell me that you dated a black woman who's pursuing 2 dual doctorates.
I'm a PhD.
And you're a goddamn
Yeah.
Uber driver and you're a musician. That's not a problem, except you frame black women as your enemy. And your enemy is your inability to be productive on a serious level.
That's not currently true for me.
Well, here's the thing. I talked about what makes black women different on an evolutionary biological scale than any other group of women. You could not say that. I asked you about the decrease in the divorce rates over $250,000 for a couple. You didn't know about that. You said from your anecdotal experience, but unless you make that, your anecdotal experience has been to respect yours.
Well, so outside of me, I have mentors that I work with.
My
that
ultimate
have
point
gone
is
through
at
that.
28 years old, you're too young to be trying to talk about getting married anyway. See, you haven't found yourself. And if I go with what you said, your failure in relationships are justified by calling black women your enemy instead of looking in the mirror and saying, where am I at?
I do that every day.
And why, what makes, you said you were looking at her to be a wife, possibly. What makes you a husband?
Wait a minute. Hold up. In this particular conversation, I don't believe that he's talking about him trying to pursue a relationship. I don't believe that he's talking about trying to be a husband or anything like that, because that explains why he is doing gig work right now. Being a musician and being an Uber driver, that's considered as gig work, meaning that that's work that's going to be substantial enough for him in his living situation. Now he could very well just change his career path and do better if he wanted to. He have the option to do that. But since he's single, then now, he don't see a reason why he should. Now, the whole concept of him saying that black women is his enemy, he said that that's because of his personal anecdotal experience. So we can meet him on that, all right? When we're talking about personal anecdotal experience, that simply means this. That simply means that he wasn't vetting out these type of women properly. More than likely, he was going for the certain type of women that he was attracted to. He was going for the certain type of women that he was attracted to instead of vetting them out for character that's going to, assist him, be a helpmeet or different things like that. And therefore, he ended up getting burnt through the selection process. Had either a short-term or a long-term relationship with these certain type of women, and he got burnt over and over again. And I also mentioned this as well, too, that many men have a type as well, too. So he kept dealing with this type reoccurring over and over and over again. So within all that, I believe that in this conversation, right, Kevin really is being disingenuous to him. I really believe that. And also, let's be honest too. This gentleman, he came on the panel doing the same as that thing that other people been doing, which
I'm pretty sure they have not been paying attention to Kevin Samuels' P.M.S. framework, which in this situation he's talking about power. So now Kevin Samuels to the point, he like, you know what, these dudes is not going to listen to me anyway, so now I'm just going to give everybody a show. I'm just going to give in to that. But that should make you question Kevin Samuels now, because he said earlier about that a man's supposed to be a man of integrity, that, you know, he's supposed to stand on his business, stand on his purpose, stand on what he believes in, everything, right? If he believed that this particular episode that he's putting out for his framework is so important, then why he's not standing on business and doing it? Why he's not doing it? Why is he reneging from it? But let's continue.
Outside, from what standpoint?
Can you provide for a family?
Not yet, no.
Then you were dating this woman with the eye to marry her, and you couldn't even provide for a family. Your problem isn't the women, man. The problem. See, this is the problem with too many of us as black men. We don't have power. We're not trying to be serious. I mean, no disrespect. But I'm tired of hearing black men who are musicians and rappers and producers and actors and massage therapists and Uber drivers and chefs. Where's the trade? Where's the profession? Where's the real world? Something you walk into a Chamber of Commerce meeting with a business card and say, this is who I am and what I do, to where other men will take you seriously.
And that's another disingenuous argument that Kevin Samuels said, because there are musicians, artists, massage therapists, and everything can walk into the Chamber of Commerce and present their business card, and they could do business with the Chamber of Commerce of that city. A matter of fact, if they present themselves with a strong proposal, do you know what could possibly happen? What could possibly happen is that they could be contracted through that said city and making money through that said city, as once again presenting themselves as a gig worker or as a 1099 worker, as an independent contractor. So once again, I understand the trade part about it, you know what I'm saying? Because I believe the trade part is needed, but also you can't just shun out people who are gig workers. Because if he's using this argument, that's the same argument that the women are using against the men. Sitting up here saying that a man is not of value because he don't have six figures. He's not a trade worker. He's not bringing in a substantial amount of income, or because he's a musician or a rapper or whatever you want to call him, right? That's the same argument that they use. So it's disingenuous. I believe all of that is intertwined together. I believe all of it is needed.
Was that rhetorical, or did you want me to respond?
No, I'm asking you, because if you were to go into a Chamber of Commerce meeting on any given Tuesday or Thursday, how many musician Uber drivers do you think you'd meet that were non-black?
None.
All right.
None. It's not where I plan on staying or what I'm working towards in the future.
I get it. I get that. However, you were dating a woman who is heavily degreed, and women respond to power. Unfortunately, she dwarfed you in power potential. So the only place you could dominate and show any power is in the bedroom, because she did not have to take you seriously. You weren't on the same level. See, and this is why I can't allow to stand when you come in here saying black women are this or black women are that. Are you a competitive black man?
Yes, I would say so.
Competitive against who?
Against I guess like people in my tax bracket. I don't want to stay here. I'm trying to get to the top 1%.
Okay. Well, that's the main thing. Becoming a productive, competitive, successful man. Men who are that way tend to have fewer problems because they have more leverage.
And here's another thing. I'm going to keep pausing the video, y'all, but I'm just catching Kevin with a lot of contradictions right now. But here's another thing, too. Now, if this were me talking to this gentleman, right, I would tell him and be honest with him and tell him that not everyone is meant to be part of the 1%. Everything in this world has purpose. It has balance. Because if that be the case, though, then all of us would be in this 1% bracket, every last one of us, because that's something that we desire to do. But in reality, it doesn't happen that way. So if I was talking to this gentleman, I'd tell him the God honest truth, like, hey, you may not qualify to be in the 1% bracket, but however, it is okay. Whatever type of bracket that you get to, it is okay. But what I would encourage you to do is that since you are in this certain type of bracket, and if you desire to date, let alone marry, make sure that you meet a woman who's meeting you in that same type of bracket. Don't go over your means or anything like that. And make sure that she's okay with it. And make sure that she's not that type of woman that will tolerate you being on a certain bracket, but later on down the line, she's trying to manipulate you to get higher. No. That's what I would tell them. Because in reality, that's how the world operates. That's how the world works. Not everybody is going to be a 1%er because it's not meant for everybody to be a 1%er. Hell, Kevin's not even 1%. That's what fascinates me about this is that he's coaching and trying to encourage his dude to be a 1%er when he wasn't even a 1%er.
That's something that I realized watching your content.
Well, so it's not black women. It's not women. You have little leverage in a relationship with a woman who's going to get 2 degrees. And I asked you said I asked you, how long you known her? 8 years. You've known her long enough to know who she is and what she's about. You said you were with her for 1 year. I said, to what end? You said to marriage, and you're not in a position to be a husband. You can't provide for a family. You shouldn't have been in a relationship. That's the ultimate answer. You shouldn't have been in a relationship. She should have been on out somewhere else, dealing with somebody who wanted what she wanted, but you were not in a position to deal with any women to that end. Casually, socially, sure. But talking about a wife, you can't provide.
Okay, so that goes against stuff that you've said previously, because what I make currently right now is average income. I average about 45,000 a year.
Goes against what I've said.
You're saying that that in order for someone to even consider marriage, that they should be making in the top 1%, or
no, I didn't.
At least that.
When have I said that? When have I said that?
Isn't that what you're saying right now? You're saying that
no, sir. That is not. No. You said it conflicts with what I said, and I asked you, what did I say? And you just said, well, you're saying in order to be married, you need to be in the top 1%. Do you understand?
To be completely all right.
Okay. No, that's not what.
Actually, Kevin, that's exactly what you were saying. Because if that be the case, you wouldn't be coming down on him by being a gig worker. That's exactly what you just said, bro. I'm just calling out for what it is. This is what you said. Exactly what you said. So yes, you are contradicting yourself.
Stop. No. That's not what I said. That means that the only people who could get married are in the top 1%. I asked you, could you provide for a family? I didn't ask you how much money you made. I asked you, and you said no.
At 45,000, I mean, it's not.
Then that's all you need to know. You shouldn't be looking to marry anybody if you.
Actually, at 45,000, you absolutely could provide for a family. You sure can. But that's why I was saying earlier that you can't be living beyond your means. You can't be trying to catch up with the Joneses. That's what they call it, right? Catch up with the Joneses. If this person got this one thing, you desire that one thing too, or even more. If you're totally content within that income bracket and the person who you with is content in that income bracket, absolutely you could live a glorious lifestyle like that. Sure can. All you got to do is don't buy no $300,000 house. You get a house that's well within your income bracket. And you do things to make sure that your life is inhabitable in that house. You could do DIY projects, so whatever the case may be. You do whatever you can do. Do you know that it's on people who travel, just do nothing but travel. They invested in getting an RV and they made that RV their home and they travel in that RV all over the place. That's because that's something they decided to do. So it's possible. It's very well possible.
Provide.
I told her that I needed time to build it up.
It doesn't matter what you told her. You shouldn't have been with her.
Okay.
She was going for all right, man. See, we have a problem. If you pick a woman who's going to school and getting dual doctorates, and you're an Uber driver and a musician, you're unequally yoked, man. You know that. And if you wanted her to wait on your potential, I think you're too young to be worried about any of this stuff anyway. And what I'm hearing is a lack of maturity because you haven't got there yet. If she had a father who was a productive, competitive, successful man, do you think he would have accepted you as an adequate son-in-law?
No.
Then it's not about her.
I was saying black women in general. That was just the relationship.
But see, you talk about black women in general, and just like with black women, I get specific. You can't talk about general if you can't handle it specifically in your life. You can't come in and saying that about black women being your enemy. How is that woman your enemy?
I feel like despite the things that I wanted to do.
How is that woman your enemy?
Throughout the entire relationship, man, it was a teardown. You
shouldn't have been in a French toast relationship.
I agree with you on that point.
Take ownership and accountability for the fact that you shouldn't have been trying to. No, you don't.
I do.
Coming in.
Do you want to know the crazy part about this is that I remember seeing this live, right? And a lot of the gentlemen was like cheering Kevin on in this particular part. That's cheering them on, like, yeah, get him Godfather and all those different things like that, right? And the reason why they was doing it wasn't because of what Kevin Samuels was saying. And I'll make that abundantly clear. It wasn't because of what Kevin Samuels was saying why they was cheering him on. It was because it was so entertainment to them. It dealt with content with drama and different things like that. So they cheering on the drama part of it. But if they were critiquing this as actually being a life lesson, then they would see this very differently, for real.
Suggestion here. I've said this before, that I don't care what women tell you, black women in particular, they want to date a man who can pay all of the bills. I don't make this the rule. That's just what it is. And if you cannot pay the majority or all of the bills, don't be dealing with women who want to be able to pay all the bills. You can't come in here and say that all these... In the Zoom room, there are 42 people waiting. Raise your hand if you have a disagreement. I'm not going to keep going through that because I don't believe 42 people have a disagreement. I can't believe what I just heard. It's black women's fault. They're my enemy. That's some weak shit, man. That was some weak stuff. Oh, I don't see anybody with their hand raised in the Zoom room. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to admit everybody, and I'm just going to start bumping you one at a time. Boo, 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 boo. I don't think y'all are paying attention over here. So here's what we're going to do. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can do that. Now, the raise your hand is an actual button. All right, so let's do this. Read all upon entry. All right, so we got those people lined up over there. Got too many folks in here. Jeremiah, are you ready? Hello.
How you doing?
How old are you?
23.
What's the disagreement?
I don't really have a disagreement. Only disagreement I would have is that I feel like you give men, that last caller, I feel like you give men like that a platform. That would be my only disagreement.
I give him a what?
No, that would be my only disagreement. I feel like you give that last caller, I feel like you give men like that a platform, or you make them more comfortable to say the things that they say. That's my only disagreement.
Okay. I don't give anybody a platform.
Now keep in mind that these dudes been waiting in the green room for nearly over an hour just for them to finally get on here and not follow decorum. Not for them, just for them to not follow the decorum in our period. Now, I do want to agree with Kevin that he told them repeatedly over and over again the topic of the show, the topic he's talking about is his P.M.S. And this topic he's talking about power. Now, just about 95% of the men who came up here have not followed the decorum at our period. And yet it's still, once again, these supposed to be our strong men. These supposed to be the men who are leaders and providers, or they're trying to learn to be this way, right? But they can't follow simple decorum. All because they want to have a moment to get on camera and get on screen. Now, once again, to be honest with y'all, gentlemen, tonight, I said this before and I say it again. This is probably one of the reasons why I really don't have calling shows, because, like I say, I don't have a lot of patience for disrespect, especially when you're intentionally doing it just so you can be seen or get clipped and you can want to share it on your channel or whatever the hell you're trying to do.
You can't control what people say. You got to listen to hear what people have to say. What do y'all think I am? What do y'all think this is? You don't know what somebody's going to say until they say it. Hello?
Good evening, Mr. Samuels. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 22 years old.
What's the disagreement?
My disagreement is more of a counterpoint towards your image shifting. I believe it was ruggish, refined. What was the third one? Forgive me. It was rugged, refined, and
The three keystones, the three foundational images, they exist. What's
yeah.
the disagreement?
In terms of image shifting, how can we, how can Black men that are more towards the refined or the less majority, how can they be in these positions for a relationship? I know I'm thinking a little bit too early, but in terms of people that are
either you fit into one of these categories more or less one way. What's the disagreement? That the categories exist?
No. The disagreement is mostly how can people, Black men that are more into the minority categories, be seen more since
okay,
like
young man, that's not a disagreement. A disagreement is you said this tastes good and I think it doesn't. This is not a disagreement. Thank you. Guys, come on now. I got too many people on here. And y'all are just trying to get on and talk. I'm about to boot everybody and start all over again because I'm really trying to handle this as much as possible. But you guys often ask me, why don't I talk to men? Because I tend to get an overload of guys and you're not sticking to the topic.
I remember, Lionel. I remember.
So we're going to go over here. And the first thing we're going to do is starting from the top. Gene, unmute yourself. Hello? How old are you? What is your disagreement at 19 years old? I didn't say you have to be. I didn't say you have to be. I said it's a suggestion. You can do whatever you want to.
Kevin sounds so defeated now.
Okay, I didn't say you have to be. I just said it's a suggestion.
He sounds so defeated.
You can do whatever you want to. You got to be able to take care of the responsibility of it, though. That's the point.
But keep in mind, y'all. Keep in mind, he said that a man don't supposed to feel anything.
All right, we got too many folks here.
Yeah, you say the man don't supposed to feel anything. So if that be the case, then he's going to get his own framework now about feeling.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. This room is far too full. I'm going to load this over here. Yeah, this is why I said you do better trying to get in on the eCam call, because I can see who's over here. Everyone has their hand raised. Let's see. Hello, Christopher.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good. How old are you?
I am 34.
All right. What's your disagreement?
It's simply this. Do you somehow think that maybe indirectly that you might be kind of, I understand, like you're the main kind of face for high value and everything like that, but indirectly you might be kind of pushing down the average man on the pole?
Nope.
Because like with your popularity and more you.
Nope. I didn't make it. I don't make people want what they want. How can one man have all this power? You think that me telling women.
Wait a minute. Hold up, man. Hold up. I know Kevin did not just say that. How can this man have all this power when he was literally talking about power as a dominance in the beginning of his show? As a matter of fact, that is part of his framework, is that power is a dominance. God damn, Kevin.
That's bullshit.
Damn. Continue.
I think the term high value came from. I didn't originate it.
Right. It's been around, as you say, before you.
It's part of hypergamy. So, and you're 34? Six figures has been around since 1985.
Correct.
Do you watch my show?
I do.
How often do women call in all saying they pretty much want the same man?
A lot. Pretty much 95 to 99%.
How can I push anybody down if that's what's already out there?
Well, because it seems like the more and more popularity that you're gaining, I mean, women are starting to catch on.
That's the cart before the horse. They want what they want. You can't make me responsible for that, man. Because what am I supposed to do? I mean, because on the other hand, it would be to say, well, if you stop talking about high value, then they wouldn't want it.
I mean, you're introducing new concepts and phrases. Like I'm hearing women talk about hypergamy and younger women.
It's not my concept of phrase. See, the problem, let me just say this, and this may not be you, but one of the problems is we need to read more as Black people. We think that you heard me say it, and that means that it was the first part. That's why everybody's asking, I got credit for this, I got credit for that. Because we don't read. We stick in with our very narrow bands, and we act like this stuff is new. It's not new. It's just new to us. Now, what does that say? But it doesn't change the fact that it's what women want, no matter how you define it.
But even with the average women?
Have you heard any woman who are average say they didn't want a man who was earning more money?
Not on your show. Not on your show.
So I have heard average women say that they want an average man. I have heard that. A matter of fact, I don't know if y'all been noticing this, right? On my shorts, I've been running like a social experiment on my shorts. So I am very strategic about the shorts that I put out. Okay. I'm very strategic, meaning that I literally be ciphering out and looking at these shorts and looking at what the information that is going to be put out on these shorts. So I know what's going to happen. And I do it in a very strategic way. Through my research and through me doing these shorts and doing these shows and actually talking to women and stuff, right? I came to a conclusion that it is a certain archetype of women who be chasing after the high value type of men, like he done said on the shows. These high value type men, so are normally ones who are making six figures. The normally men that they chase after of, it normally don't be like the CEOs and stuff that, you think it is. But normally these type of women, they be going after the popular men, meaning that they be going after these basketball, these athletes, these rappers, these entertainers, anybody who is considered as a public figure. They be going after them type of men because of the status and the money. But however, the normal average women, they go after normal average men because they know that first of all, they don't qualify for them high value type of men. Second of all, they know that if they get involved with these said type of men, they know that these men are not going to take them serious. They know that these men are going to cheat on them. They're going to manipulate them and all. So that's what they say. That's the conversations that they say. So they stick to where they at. They stay in their lane. So based on what this gentleman is saying, it's a valid argument. Is that you can't just try to expect that every man needs to be in this 1%, which, like I told y'all earlier, that it is literally impossible for every man to be at 1%. If it was meant to happen that way, then it'll be meant to happen that way. But it's not. That's not how it works. Be okay where you at. Be okay where, if you're average man, you be okay with that. If you're blue collar man, be okay with that. If you're white collar man, be okay with that. Don't allow other people to do this. And I'm saying this one more thing, and then we're gonna get back to the show. I had put a post on my community wall, right? And I did this intentionally. I put a post on my community wall because some of these dudes on here, they look at how the way I dress. One of the main clothing brand that I love to wear now in this modern time is that I love wearing USPA, United States Polo Association. Do you know that it's dudes that look at my shorts or whatever and they have a problem with me wearing it? That they literally call it a fake polo when it's not a fake polo. It is actually a corporate brand that's made in the United States. Have their own stores and everything. But do you know that it is men out there that have a problem with that and say something about that? And the reason why I'm bringing this point up is because of what I'm telling y'all right now is that you have to be content with where you at or stand in your lane where you at. Could I get name brand polo? Yeah, I didn't wear Ralph Lauren when I was younger. I don't care about it because I didn't wear it when I was younger. I still got some Ralph Lauren polo right now. But you have to be content where you at. You can't allow social norms to dictate to you that you should be this way. Hence, this is what I'm talking about with Kevin Samuels, where he's trying to dictate and tell men that you got to be this way or be in a certain type of status.
So what's the real issue? That women want more than the average man?
Yeah, well, it seems like the more and more as they people get more familiar.
Let's just cut to the chase. Who's that a problem for?
That's a problem for I guess you could say the average man.
Yep, always has been. There's always a VIP line. There's always a Mercedes dealership. There's always a Bentley dealership. There are always going to be people more than have less. I advocate for the average man, but the average man knows that he's average. I didn't set up this society. If anything, you should be happy that I'm talking about what I'm talking about because it's highlighting the problem of hypergamy out of control.
I'm happy, and I think it's necessary, but I don't think you're directly trying to do it. That's why I was saying indirectly.
Then if I am if I'm indirectly doing it, oh well. I mean, guys, you got a vaccine? Did you get a vaccine?
No, I didn't.
But have you been vaccinated? You're 34. You've been vaccinated for mumps and polio.
Yes.
You know how many people died as a direct result of vaccine trials? But did the greater good get served?
Correct.
Thank you. We got to stop looking for damn perfection with black folk.
That was a bad analogy, I get your point, by the way. Like what?
I didn't do anything that's not already out there. All right, so here's what we're gonna do this. Who's at the top? Lower hand. Anthony, unmute yourself. All right, he just went away. Okay. All right. We're going to have to start this all over again. There are too many people in here. Too many people put all in the waiting room. Hold on. In meeting. Let's see. Let's do this one. Hello?
Could you put me off camera, please?
No, you're directly where you need to be on camera. You can't.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, this is the on camera link.
Oh, well, I don't want to be on YouTube, rather.
Okay. You gotta go. But the As Godfather gets priority side by side, but you must be on camera. Hello.
Oh, great. Hey, how you doing?
Good. How old are you?
Hey, I just turned 30.
All right. What's your disagreement?
So this goes back to the rogue, the rugged, and the refined.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe you said something about the rogue not being able to build a community.
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah. Rogues don't typically
Yeah, so
build
I believe you
communities.
said something about the rogue man not being able to build a community.
Yeah, that's typically not what happens.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of just
What rogues do you know?
I'm sorry.
What men who are rogue build? Do you have an example of this people of somebody who's done this?
No, I don't.
Okay, then what's the
I just
disagreement?
believe that.
It doesn't matter
Well,
what you
to my
believe. It doesn't
understanding,
matter what.
these
It
are new
doesn't matter
terms to
what
me.
you. It doesn't matter what you
So I was
believe.
wondering if you could.
It doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what you can show. You got to demonstrate it. You can't just give me an opinion.
Okay, so could the rogue man not be the common worker?
That's an employee. He may actually do the work, but he's okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's not the same thing. All right.
Oh, goodness.
See, I told you one of the problems is going to be this whole notion of high value. And so many guys don't like the term or the concept
Coach,
of high value, trying to wedge different things into high value. You can't do that. You can say it, but you got to prove it. I'm going to restart Zoom because there are too many people in Zoom, and everybody can have a disagreement over there. So we're going to restart Zoom just a second. Derek, you're walking around. I can't see.
So I don't believe that these gentlemen that's coming out here even have a disagreement. They just want to be on camera.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
How are you? How old are you?
How about now? Pretty good. 52. Pretty much we the same age.
All right. What's your disagreement?
Well, you older than me. Anyways, my disagreement is there's one thing. Every time when you have a conversation about with a sister or something like that, you always throw saying, you know what, if it was Marisol or Becky, she would behave, her voice, this and that. Like, where did you get that? How'd you came up with that? I mean, that
That's
you
not
know
a disagreement.
them.
That's
that
not
they
a
behave.
disagreement. That's not a disagreement.
Oh, well, my disagreement is because they're crazy too.
Okay.
They're crazy women because.
Okay.
I mean, no one talks about.
Okay, they're crazy women. They're crazy women everywhere. But I speak in broad generalizations that are broadly true for most people. 7 billion people on the planet. I can't speak for everything. That's ridiculous. We try to make everything. Well, this is splitting hairs, my friend.
Well, I understand that part, but it's just
Do you?
In general the bigger picture for me.
Okay. Okay. Guys, please, disagreements. Tonight we've had.
Now I also got the question, Kevin, on this, right? I'm kind of curious to why Kevin, he did a full teaching on this framework about P.M.S, right? Did a full teaching on this. Then right after that, on the second segment, he decided to switch it to a smoke show. I wonder why he decided to do that. Instead of just open up the call lines and allow the callers to talk about the subject at hand. So once again, this dealing with what I was telling y'all earlier about, this particular thing, what he's doing, where he's not even sticking to his foundation. Where at this point, he's getting frustrated because the different callers coming on here, they literally just coming on here trolling, to be honest with you. And so at this point, he's just like, well, whatever. We're just going to get the entertainment part out of it instead of, actually teaching, where it becomes a teachable moment.
But that's why I observe on this. But I'm, just me. But yeah, Culture, you say earlier about the military thing, right? Yeah, I agree. Facts.
The 3 categories. I don't like that you can't speak about everybody. Okay, come on, guys. Y'all sit around and talk about the women. Y'all got to do better. You got to make a better showing, gentlemen. Well, you said that these folks are this. I certainly did. Well, you don't talk about the other women, and I'm not going to. I can't talk about everybody all the time. What is it that you guys are expecting?
Mike, what's up with it, bro?
I mean, seriously. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Just a second, guys. I'm going to restart the Zoom.
This man say he's going to restart the Zoom like 20 times.
And then on the Ask Godfather side, we're going to do this. Yeah, guys, here we go. Is the internet still going? Seems like we're having a slowdown in the internet here.
Yeah, the people that came on was pretty much lagging, brother. They were lagging a lot. But then again, I understand production. It happens.
All right, forget it. We're going to do it this way. We're going to do it this way. We're going to do it 1-to-1. Anthony, you ready? Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing awesome.
What's your disagreement?
The only thing I disagree with is the colorism in the Black community. I do believe that it is colorism amongst, I remember watching the videos when women were talking about the colorism thing and you were denying it, saying that it wasn't.
When have I ever denied colorism? When have I ever denied colorism?
And so once again, the people, they just coming up here to saying any old crazy thing. Just to start a conversation, just to get up there on camera, man, just so they could get a little clip and say, yeah, I was up here on Kevin Soundgross.
No, you was telling the dark-skinned women that, it wasn't because of their complexion, and I've dated dark-skinned women.
Dude, I'm talking to men tonight.
Yeah.
Men's issues. What did I say earlier? There's always going to be prejudice. There's always going to be some sort of ism for us all that is part of the human condition. What did I say was going to be required?
Yeah.
What did I say was going to be required?
I just tuned in. I don't remember what you were talking about earlier, but I do have an issue.
Then do respect. I said you need to make yourself powerful enough to where you need to make yourself powerful enough to where it doesn't bother you. So Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, so I'll talk about an issue with the men. The thing
what have I talked about? If you've just tuned in, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I apologize for talking about the issue with the women. So the issue with the men that I disagree with, which is on topic, is just giving a high value man like a green card to cheat, saying like it's okay for him to exercise.
When have I ever said that?
No, I'm saying like you basically.
I didn't basically say. Okay, how old are you again?
I'm 38.
Okay, I'm gonna hold as a man. I'm gonna hold you. I don't basically say what I say, please.
I mean, you say he has he exercises his option to.
I said high value men don't cheat. They exercise
Yeah, he
options,
exercise options.
and that's what
Yeah.
they do. Do they have to exercise them?
No, they don't. But
Thank
after I read a
you.
lot of
When
the
have I ever
content,
said it's mandatory?
yeah, it's not mandatory. It's just
When have I ever said
I
that
talk
high
to.
value men get a pass on cheating or exercising options?
No.
When have I ever said that?
No, I'm not saying you. Well, yeah, you didn't say it. I'm just saying,
No.
like talking to other guys who watch you, they kind of
I don't
feel
give a
like they
shit
have
what they say. I am responsible for who?
for yourself and your own comments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Could you stand up to this? Anthony said so and so. Could you stand? Would you want to be held accountable to that?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's not fair. Yeah. I'm just telling you what other guys, how they look at
I'm
it.
saying I don't care about, but when
Yeah,
it's a
that's on them.
disagreement,
You're right.
you're taking a very. Here's the thing, I am trying to have conversations with disagreements, and I really wanted to get to the people who have disagreement. And if you don't have a real disagreement, just let the show flow. We talked about colorism, and then something somebody else said that takes away from the show. I only talked to me in very little, so appreciate it, guys. If you don't have a real disagreement or a real issue, please fall back. So when y'all ask me why don't I talk to men more, because I get inundated with guys who really just want to talk about what they want to talk about. Here's the reality. Far too many men just want to be heard.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that. But but I'm doing something here.
Well, also Kevin, he wasn't doing a really good job articulating and reestablishing the reason why he was having the disagreement segment. He should have reiterated over and over again. We're only going to disagree due to my P.M.S. framework. What is it about my framework that I was teaching about you don't agree with? It's that simple. But me personally, if you're doing the teaching right, I want to do a teaching and right after the teaching have a smoke show. Because when you're teaching, that's when you get the opportunity for people to come on and to articulate what they done learn about your teaching. It's better than trying to just get a smoke show to try to, get people to disagree with you just for some views.
All right, we're gonna keep going through though. Hello? Hello? You're on. RAFIZ. Hello?
Shit. You hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
You have it. If you have
All right,
YouTube,
yeah.
if you have
I
on
got a
YouTube,
disagreement
hold
with
on.
a lot of things that you say, but,
You have
I'll
YouTube
start
on
with-
in the background. You have YouTube on in the background, or if it's on TV, you're gonna hear it looping. Yeah, you got it playing in the background. You got something else. So, I can't hear you. I'm not listening. You're talking to yourself. So, I'll try one more time. Unmute yourself.
How the fuck you? Oh, you hear me?
I can now. How old are you? Yes, how old are you?
All right. 31.
Okay, what's your disagreement?
I was just listening to what you was talking to it was the one guy that got on here and he was talking about that he make 45,000 a year. And he ended up saying that he can't support a family, but a lot of times when you talk about average men, you talk about
what is your disagreement?
You talk about around 45, 50.
What is your disagreement?
That you told him he should. You told him that he shouldn't even be thinking about marriage because he makes 45,000 a year.
That's not what I said. 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 It's not why I told him he shouldn't be looking for marriage.
You said he was unevenly yoked with.
That's not what I said. Okay, you want to hear what I? Okay. There may be a slight delay, but that's not what I said. I asked him if he could provide for a family. What did he say?
No.
That's why he shouldn't be looking for a wife. That's what I said. That's what I said. And I also said, in my opinion, at 28, you are too young to really be doing this, especially when you haven't figured out what it is you're going to be doing. Had nothing to do with $45,000 a year.
No, Kevin, I call you bullshit on this one too.
That's bullshit.
Because at the beginning of you talking to that young man, right, you asked him about his career. He told you that he was a gig worker. And then Kevin has segued on there and started talking about gig workers, saying that since he's a gig worker, he's not making enough money, that he should enter into being in the trade field and different things like that. He said that. Then eventually it got around to asking him how much he made for being a gig worker. Then he told him $45,000. With the combination with him being a musician and an Uber driver. So Kevin said that. So once again, I don't know. But once again, Kevin being disingenuous.
Wrong on that.
Right. Okay. Now, let me say this.
What is your disagreement? Do you have a disagreement about something that you bring to the table, or are you going to have a disagreement about something I said to someone else?
Okay, I'll speak for myself.
Thank you.
All right. Now, another thing that I believe to be true is the hypermasculinity in Black women. It doesn't matter about if you're a high earner or not. This is a lot of generational things that's happened to them. So
what's the disagreement with what I say?
The disagreement with what you say is being a high earning male, you'll get like a different reaction.
That's not what I said.
So what? Like clarify that.
No, there's no clarification. You want me to clarify? All right. Here's what I find frustrating. You're asking me to clarify things that I am extremely careful about what I say. If you misheard something about making money, I didn't say making money is going to make a woman behave. But you cannot deny that when the marital rate drops substantially, couples making $250,000 or more. That's just a fact.
Say that one more time, because it kind of
the divorce rate drops dramatically for couples earning $250,000 or more. What is your disagreement about what I say? Because I'm not hearing anything that you said. You said A, B, and C. You have more of a disagreement with what that I say.
Well, I started off with a disagreement that you said, and then you wanted me to make it about something that I seen from the past. I'm talking about what you're speaking on tonight. You had a gentleman on.
Okay, sir. The purpose of this show is if there's something you have a disagreement about what I say, because here's the problem. I'm not going to go back and talk about what you misheard. This is second and third hand information. You've already demonstrated. Okay, sir, please. I have plenty of people. If you don't have a specific disagreement about something I said, I'm going to the next person.
Okay. I'm speaking about something you said, sir.
Do you have a specific disagreement that you're bringing? Nothing about I've said tonight. What do you have? Go.
That a man is unevenly yoked, being an average man with a woman that's going for a double degree. That doesn't make him unevenly yoked with her.
Okay, well then that's your opinion.
Well, you
Fine.
speak on this because you
That's your
always
opinion.
say that
I said you're unevenly. So if you believe something different, then here's the thing. Okay, you can't overtalk me. You can't overtalk me. Here's the thing. If you believe that a man who's an Uber driver and a musician is equally yoked to a woman who's going to get a dual degree in biochemistry and some other science, knock yourself out. I don't know anybody. I don't know many people who would think that they're evenly yoked. He did not even say they were evenly yoked. So you're not even making arguments that he didn't make. See, your problem is you just have a problem. It seems to me that you have a problem with that there are differences in socioeconomic statuses and classes. And that tends to be a big problem in the black community. We don't like that money matters, education matters, and there are things in social classes and socioeconomic statuses. Every other group seems to figure this out, but we think that everybody's equal and ain't nobody bigger or worse than the other. We all black. That ain't how this world works.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Now, a person's job title, whether or not their job title, if they're say a musician, that like a producer or something like that, we were speaking on average men making the income of 45 to 50,000 a year. That's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on job.
No,
title,
you mix subjects.
right?
You mix subjects, man. You mix subjects. That's what you did. And here's the problem. That's why I asked you about your specific disagreement, because you came in talking about a conversation that you were third party to. You mixing subjects. That's the problem. This is hearsay. I know the conversation I had with that man. He's not even making the argument you're making. That's why I keep asking you, what is your specific disagreement about things that I specifically say and you don't have them? So I'm going to bid you a good evening. Thank you. No. This is more this. Let me say something to you men. Get out of your feelings. You're not going to sit here and try to make it seem like you don't talk down to average men.
Man, hold up, bro. I know Kevin did not tell these dudes to get out of his feelings after he told dudes that they shouldn't feel anything. What the hell?
God damn.
Man, this man said earlier that the dudes cannot feel anything, man. That's your problem because you feel. Now he's telling them to get out of their feelings. Like, which one is it? Do they feel or do they not feel? Oh, Lord, Kevin.
It's bullshit. I defend average men all the time, but you are going to have to accept that women make a distinction between men and their income. Hypergamy is not a Kevin Samuels invention. And far too many people in our community, we try to act as though I'm a man just like you a man, and he a man and I'm a man. That is fantasy. Fantasy. Our black women don't think that way. They make distinctions. And y'all sound crazy trying to argue this.
To turn the light back off again.
I'm gonna take a few more and I'm gonna go ahead and bounce because and I'm gonna ask specifically if I need you to have a disagreement
got the red room
about
light
something.
on.
Don't talk about what's I heard you say something to another man. No. I can't see who that is. Dan. Are you ready? Have you been on already? Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How old are you?
35.
All right. What's your disagreement?
Um, First of all, I want to commend you on your show. I mean, I watch you every day, so you're doing a phenomenal job. I think you really try to highlight, and I think a lot of the listeners that I've been listening to, they don't watch your show, so they're not familiar with your content. But my disagreement would be that I do feel that there should be a better way to bring the men and women together, because from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of harshness coming in tone. And I don't think a lot of women are used to that because of the society we're in.
So your
I'm
disagreement
sorry,
is with my tone?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Then you go do it.
I respect that. I respect that. I can respect that. I just feel that women aren't accustomed to men of that.
Were you raised by your
caliber.
father?
Yes.
I'm asking because you keep talking about feeling, how you feel. I feel. That is a big trigger word, especially around men's content. Women talk about how they feel. Tell me about what you know and what you think.
Gotcha. Well, what I know is women have a very hard time with men that are as strong toned as you come across. So they don't seem to receive that as well as someone with a softer tone.
Really? Does it matter how they receive it?
So what's the difference between him substituting the word feel into know? Once again, what's the difference between him substituting the word feel for know? Because even when you're doing it, you're still feeling. That's why I didn't acknowledge your comment earlier, Lionel, because I see your comment talking about to be fair and stuff, right? That's why I didn't acknowledge it, because I knew he was going to say something again about this. So you could hear from the horse's mouth exactly what he meant when he say he feel. His definition of it.
What they do about it.
Well, yeah.
No, I got it. That's a question I'm asking you. What matters more?
It matters more what they do with the information.
Well, then I challenge you to go look at what some of my detractors, people who tell women what they want to hear, and go find the amount of women who tell them, you saved my marriage. I'm getting married because of you. You made me a better woman. I didn't like what you had to say, but now I'm better. Go look in their comment section. Go look at how many videos the women have made to them, and come back and tell me how they rank next to mine.
You're right.
My question is, as a black man, why are you coming in here making an emotional argument about tone when we got such a problem with our women?
Well, I think I'm making that argument simply because more black women, they're listening to your content. I see more and more people are having discussions.
Well, let me reframe this. Why, as a man, are you giving me the emotional argument based upon outcomes?
What?
I don't really see that many that much of a good outcome, honestly.
Of who? For me or for them?
Well, black women. I mean,
no.
Black women.
My tone aside, I'm getting outcomes. Yes. The people who tell them you're a queen and a goddess, are they getting women married, going back to their husbands, reframing how they look at men?
Now, to be fair, y'all, to be fair, I don't have anything against Kevin Samuels' tone, okay? Because I believe that having a certain type of tone, depending on the situation, is contingent on the discussion. I believe that a strong masculine tone is important depending on the circumstance, and a more softer tone is important depending on the circumstances, all right?
You say you follow my content, right?
You're right.
Who's getting the outcome?
You're getting more outcome. I mean, I will give
So
you
as a man, how are you going to come to me as a man who's getting a better outcome and tell me about a tone?
Well, simply because I just feel like
again with the feeling. See, the problem is when you say this, you weaken us. You sound soft saying this shit.
But how is that?
Because you sound like listen to what the men are going to go back and go look in the comment section after this video. And I feel. I don't, if I'm getting a different outcome, which is a better outcome, damn the tone. It's the outcome. And if you're saying you see the same outcome, why do you care so much about the tone?
Because I don't think the majority of women are receiving what you're saying the right way.
It's not for the majority of women. And the majority of women are being told they're queens and goddesses. And what is that doing for the majority of women?
But if the majority of women are not receiving your content properly,
if the majority of women are being told they're queens and goddesses and you're tens, what are the outcomes to that? See, this is our problem as black men right here. You want me to moderate my tone when it's getting a better outcome than the moderated tones.
But my point is, I don't think it's being received by women as well as it would be if it was a tad bit better. Trust me, I'm not saying to change your complete tone. That's not what I'm saying, because I respect your content.
But what you're making is a feelings-based argument. If you change your tone, then what? Okay, let's say it your way. If I change my tone, what percentage increase do you think I would get?
I think you would get a lot more.
What percentage increase do you think I would get?
At least 15 to 20. At least a 15 or 20% increase.
I don't think so. And you're basing that based on what?
Just based off, once again, like you mentioned, my anecdotal.
Right.
People just.
Right. You have nothing to base that on. I want you to sit there and ponder that. You want me to change what's getting outcomes, verifiable, and you're saying 15 to 20% based upon nothing. That's how men operate. That's how we think. I'm challenging you. I'm challenging this because there are going to be black women who are going to come around and say, "Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but we can't be like this because no other group of men thinks like this." It is weak thinking. No, it works. And if I'm not getting everybody, so what? I'm doing far better than the people telling they're queens and goddesses. And you can't come tell me that if you moderated your message, you get about 15 to 20% more. You can't say that. Somebody could easily come along and say he could lose 50%.
Here's another reason why I don't agree with this gentleman's argument about the tone. All right. Since he's making the claim about women that you should do this to make women feel better or to make women be more acceptable to you, right? Let's flip the script. Do you know that many of the modern women, right, they use a tone as well too towards us? I don't hear no talking point. I don't hear no argument or anything like that when the roles be flipped and women use certain type of tones against us. When they be using a tone talking about emasculating us. When they be using a tone to correct their children, we don't hear women. We don't hear men talking against the women tone. And no, you can't sit up here and say, "Well, urban, they tone is soft." That's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
That is bullshit. A matter of fact, case in point, my moderator, my bro Lionel, he could contest to this about a woman in her tone. He could tell you about this. A woman in her tone. A woman could use a straight, strong, as you call, masculine tone, but you don't hear that. You don't hear a man coming to a woman and say, "Well, you could have said that more softer." I have not yet heard any man tell a woman that. You could have been more softer to tell her that. It's only be dealing with men talking to women about the tone. His tone is okay when he's correcting the children, huh? His tone is okay when he's the CEO of the job and he's telling you what to do. His tone is fine then, huh? But when it comes to his tone directly dealing with a woman in a relationship, he need to lower his tone. He need to submit himself. Nah.
That's bullshit.
But you have to understand, a lot of people may only watch your content not because they're trying to better.
But do you understand that they could make the same argument? You could lose 50% based upon their anecdotal evidence. Could someone make the same argument? You could lose.
You want to know what's funny about this? Over a year ago, right? Once again, my moderator, he could contest this because he was with me. Over a year ago, not the same type of modern women had said that about me. That's talking about it's your tone, everybody. It's your tone. It's your tone. It's how the way you're presenting it. And I'm like, okay, fine. How the way you want me to present it? Well, I feel like that you need to be more this and softer and gentle with us, and we can understand more. But keep in mind, they are at free range to use whatever type of tone that they want, which they did. They use any type of tone they wanted to use on me. But guess what? I didn't challenge them and say, sure, it's your tone. You need to change your tone, how you talking to me.
True or false?
I mean, that's true. You could always lose followers or lose.
Well, so it's a counter argument. And what I'm saying is what you're saying doesn't make is not rooted in anything other than your feelings.
The reason I say that, okay, first of all, you just said I use the word feelings too much. So I was raised in a household with both my father and a mother. So my mother is a very strong-willed person. My father he's also a very strong-willed person. So, but he always taught me you catch more flies with honey than vinegar or something along that line. But anyway, it's an old school term, but he always used that term. So he always trained me to say there's a time and place to be very strong and stern, and there's a time and place to kind of fall back and use your softer side.
And you're watching a platform with a man who's been on for a year.
Yeah. Well, I think
grown from 50,000 subscribers to almost 1 million.
Yes.
Who's a professional salesperson who is trained in what you're talking about. Monday through Friday, I do this.
Yes, I agree.
And
actually, you
don't think that I know the things you're talking about, but I also know as a salesperson and as a marketer, as a presenter, people respond to authenticity and actual outcomes.
But I understand it. I'm a marketing manager. I understand.
Then what you're saying is not even make good business sense. It's based in nothing.
What I'm saying is not about business. What I'm saying is it's about relationships. It
is about business. You said getting more people is about increasing an outcome. It's business. It can be both.
Okay, but honestly, I thought your content was about building the Black community, building our community.
It is. And who's getting a better outcome? Who's getting the better damn outcome? Is it Derek Jackson and Steve Harvey telling you queens and everything else? Or is it this? Have you seen any videos saying, I got my husband because of Derek Jackson? Derek Jackson saved my marriage. Steve Harvey did this. Have you seen any of those videos?
Of course. I watch all that content.
No. You've seen women come out and say, I found my husband listening to these guys, following this information. No,
but they do follow that stuff.
I didn't ask you. Okay. Have you seen any videos saying that Kevin Samuels is the reason I married? There are 5 on my channel right now.
Yes, but they may not just produce that stuff.
Jesus.
I mean, I understand that. You produce it. You produce results. I will grant you that. They may not produce that or put that content or information out there to the general public. That's all I'm saying. My thing is, you would get more viewers. You would get a better outcome.
Okay, you're right. I like the outcome I'm getting. This is what I'm going to do, and it's working. And until you can show me something that's going to work better, show me somebody who has faster growth, more views, more consistent outcomes. Show me somebody. Show me one person. Give me the business reason to do it.
You're right.
Then stop. Stop, please. Because I don't like when we do this as men. I try to be nice, but there's no business reason. There's no practical reason. This is in your feelings.
Frank, salute.
I guess I was thinking your content was supposed to bring the Black family back together.
Holy shit! How many times have I? Can somebody else do? Let me bring somebody else on.
But you're not. But
if people are getting, if there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 couples getting married because of me. That's bringing the black family back. Go.
But for every five
listen, please. 5 couples, black couples married.
Sure.
Dozens of women in the comment section. I'm a better wife. All kind of shout outs across YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I don't like the fact that we feel like we got to talk to our women in such a sugar and spice and everything nice when we are in a crisis. 1 in 4 will marry. 80% of children born out of wedlock. And you're coming to me with the same liberal, weak-wristed bullshit. Be nicer. Say it honeyed. Say it sweet. That ain't got us nothing. We need some good old-fashioned truth-telling.
But this generation of women aren't receiving.
Holy shit. You're still going.
They're not, honestly, they're not receiving it. I understand totally.
Okay, I know disrespect. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
You ever been married?
No, I haven't.
Got any children?
No, I don't.
You got a girlfriend?
No.
I got several. I've been married, got kids. I think I know women better than you. You want to start pulling rank. I'm trying to be nice, man. Don't tell me about women if you ain't had no success with them, even fail with them.
I got you, brother. I won't even argue with you on that.
You can't argue this shit. I tried to let you off, man, but you're still pushing this point. Rooted in nothing.
Because I don't think you understand what I'm getting to. My point is, you may have 4 or 5 or maybe even 10 people that come on and say they've gotten married, but the majority, I'm focused more on the majority. That's all. I'm just saying the majority of women are not receiving it. They're pushing back. If you've got 1,000 women and only 10 women are getting married out of 1,000, then the majority aren't receiving it. That's the only thing I'm trying to get to. Once again, I respect your content.
No, and let me give you, and let me let you know the problem in what you're thinking. It's the bird in the hand versus in the bush. You're a marketing person. You should understand a tipping point. What percentage do you need to reach a tipping point?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, what do you think?
To reach a tipping point, at least 40 to 50%.
10%.
Okay.
So I don't need 1,000 when 100 will do. You're trying to reach the masses. You'll never reach the masses. But when you reach a critical mass or a tipping point of 10%, the rest of the market tends to follow. Do you see people responding to my content? Do you see it starting conversations? How many platforms have you seen that have responded to Kevin Samuels? How many platforms have you seen where a black man is sitting next to a black woman and they're responding to this video? And then you look in the comment section. How many comedians are talking about it? How many people? What are you talking about?
I grant you that. You do have that. You do have you have started the conversation. So I would definitely.
And now you're trying to tell me do it different when it's working. And it's based in nothing.
But I'm not saying
if you had a business and it was working and you were number one and you were making progress and destroying your competition, you would go into the shareholders and we're going to change and do it this way now. They tell you out of your gosh darn mind.
Let me ask you this. So do you feel that
real quick for he articulate his next point. Now the reason why I've been quiet is because throughout Kevin's response, right, I've been agreeing with him because I can understand where he's coming from with it. I do. And this last point that he make and stuff where he's talking about the resorts, right, where you're doing these certain type of things and it's producing the resorts, right? And all of a sudden, here comes somebody else who trying to critique you and tell you that you need to do it a different way. Now, the reason why I can relate to this is because I be having dudes that be doing that to me all the time too. Where I'm using a certain type of method, a certain type of resort that even YouTube told me to do, right? Or instructed me to do or encouraged me to do. Use that type of resorts. A matter of fact, the moment when I had receive a YouTube partner manager, and I start doing the YouTube creators thing and stuff, right, where a bunch of us creators be getting together. We be on Zoom calls and stuff. We be picking each other brains and stuff. The moment I started doing that last year, around roughly by October or stuff last year, and I was picking their brains, they was picking my brains, and they're like, hey, Urban, this is what you need to do. Start doing this, that, and that, and you're going to get these results. And I start doing it, right? That's when my channel started growing exponentially. But guess what? By me doing these certain type of results, do you know that it be people who come who have the audacity to say, you need to change it. You need to do it this type of way. Why are you doing it this type of way? You this or that, blah, blah, blah. Like, man, shut the fuck up.
That's bullshit.
If what I'm doing is working and it's producing results, it's having the conversations going where, people could come over here and be able to listen to my framework, my talking points, then I am producing the results. So shut the hell up. I'm just saying. So yeah, in that point, I agree with Kevin on that. Because yes, people do that to me all the time. Y'all just don't know how many people like force my shorts and stuff. Y'all just don't know how many people will come just on my shorts and say some stupid ass shit. Urban, you need to do it this way or that way or whatever. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. And then what be worse about it is that these same type of people have the audacity to try to tell me what to do, and they ain't even content creators. They don't even got a channel, but trying to tell me how to run my channel. Like, man, you better shut the hell up. I got this. Just watch the show. So that's why I agree with Kevin on this, for real. From one content creator to another, I understand it because I deal with it all the time.
Even if you were to change slightly, not 100%, but just change maybe 15%, that you would be able to get more.
Notice the question you just asked me, do you feel like, the question you asked me is, do you feel like if I did this? I don't do business based on feelings. I'm a man.
Well, do you think?
No.
If you changed.
No.
Okay.
Because if I did, I'd do it. Do I strike you as somebody who's not smart enough to be able to read the tea leaves?
I get it. It's your content. I get it.
It's not about my content. It's about what you have to understand is what you're saying doesn't work. It doesn't work. We've tried it that way. It doesn't work.
And then here's another point that I wanted to throw out too. Having this mindset like this gentleman right here is exactly the equivalent of having the crab in the barrel mentality. Because sometimes you'll have that individual, they thinking that this will work for you because they believe it works for them. But in reality, what they're really doing is that they're trying to pull you down so they could pull you down so they could be lifted up. That's ultimately what's going on.
And I need more men to have some steel in their spine and start standing up and sounding more like me instead of like you. That's where you're failing your black brothers. This sounds weak. All women don't have to take us seriously. We got to go talk to them nicer. I'm going to tell them the truth and respect them as being the strong women that they are and understand that they are smart enough to be able to make a decision. 1 in 4 of you are married. Either you change the way you pick a mate or you'll buy a dog and die alone. I'm going to give them the benefit of being smart enough to use that PhD that they have and know that they're not getting the outcomes that they were marketed that they would get by being apart from their man, by calling themselves strong, independent. I don't need no man. That ain't working.
But they're not hearing you because they can't get past the hard experience.
All right. No, they've heard too much of men who think like you. Where are your balls? Seriously, you're saying they're not hearing you. How many people in this show right now? How many people in the show right now?
I can't see. I don't know.
They're not hearing you. My videos average 400,000 views. They're not hearing me. They're hearing me. You better believe they're hearing me.
Hearing you based on. Hearing you.
All right,
based
man.
off of
You got it. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. And this is what I mean about power, money, and sex. I'm not going to argue with you, bro. But you got nothing to base what you're saying on. You got nothing to base what you're saying on except feelings. And I respect your feeling, but I don't do things based on feelings. And even if I did, I don't feel like what you're saying is going to work because I've seen that it doesn't. 25,000 people in here. What you're saying, man, what you're saying, brother, is you've got nothing other than a feeling.
But are they watching for the shock value, or are they actually
Who gives a shit? They're watching. That's the point. They're watching. And how many women have come? See, if you were really a watcher of mine, you would know that women come over and say, you know what? I thought this, but until I watched an entire video myself, and then I heard the logic, I heard the facts, I heard the stats, I heard this.
I've heard that. I mean, I've watched.
Now, to be fair, on his point, I can agree with him. Because I made this statement earlier when I was comparing my framework with Kevin Samuels' framework. And the very first thing I had stated was this, that I said that there are many men out there that still to this day, they literally not applying Kevin Samuels' actual framework to their everyday life. Because if that be the case, then you'll see the results behind it. A lot of the men who was tuned in to Kevin Samuel content, that wasn't there to try to improve themselves. That wasn't there to try to be a better version of themselves. That wasn't there to try to be a leader and try to be a man. That was there strictly for the shock value, strictly for the entertainment. Case in point, the gentleman that hopped on his panel earlier, they wasn't there to learn. That was there strictly for the shock value. And then it was him, Kevin Samuels, he the one who changed this second segment of the show to make it become a smoke show. When originally he wanted men to come up here and talk to him about why they was disagreeing about his framework, which was the P.M.S. When he seen he wasn't getting the results, he switched on his sell mentality, right? And say, well, if I'm not getting these results, hell, I'm just going to make it a smoke show. That's exactly what he did. So yes, in this situation, yeah, this gentleman do got a valid point, because there are many men out there who is watching this content strictly for shock value. They ain't learning nothing other than to disconnect from modern women. Or develop such a disdain for women where they become misogynists. Call it for what it is. Call it for what it is. Because if that be the case, even right now, after his work, Kevin Samuels' work should be on the legacy status now, meaning that there are many other content creators besides myself should be pushing the next evolution of Kevin Samuels' work, but you don't see that. The red pill in the manosphere is chaotic right now because they've been infiltrated. The red pill in the manosphere been infiltrated by people who are grifting. Say I'm lying. By people who are grifting against men emotions. Keep putting out content over and over again, calling women birds and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I say it too. But these dudes was griffing. That's what they doing. And so after Kevin Samuel passed away, what's happening with his legacy? What's happening with his framework? And then one last thing too, we gonna let him wrap up on this, right? One last thing too. He mentioned about 5 people, right? He mentioned about 5 people who wanted to get married or whatever stuff, right? To be quite honest with you, respectfully, let's say 5 people out of 100, that is a very, very low status. But I could get where he's talking about, where he's saying, hey, at least I got 5. I can't save them all, but at least I got 5. But even then, that is not a low status, but that is a low frame of mind to even be thinking like that. Respectfully. But let's continue. Lance, what's up with a salute?
For the last few years when you started out with men. So I've been watching your content.
Then understand that it's working. And now you're saying, well, if you just tweaked it a little bit, you get more. Well, you know what? The Colonel got 11 herbs and spices. Well, if you put 13 in, you get about a 20% bump in customers. I don't think so. The formula works. And I'm still got a man who's sitting here telling me, nah, I don't feel like it's going to work that way. And I'm asking you based on what? And you haven't said anything except I just feel this way. All right, based in what? I'm listening. Based in what?
Based off of the conversations that I have with women that detest the content. And I'm an advocate saying, hey, listen to
They
him.
detest the content. Are they over 30?
Yes.
Do they tend to be overweight?
Some.
Anybody?
Yeah, and Frank, I agree with you. I agree with that point. That it may be low status, but at least it's a story. I absolutely agree with you on that point. And the reason why I agree with you on that point is because at least Kevin is doing something versus just grifting people. So yeah, I can agree with that. But the reason why I was making that analogy about that's 5 people is because he is making the argument to this gentleman saying that 5 is enough. And that's why I'm pushing back on it and saying that, no, Kevin, I mean, you can't use the argument about 5, because 5 isn't enough. But I understand it. I understand why he said it. Same thing with what the work that I'm doing over here. I have the same sentiments where I done had plenty of men who done email me and everything to say, Urban, man, by me looking at your shows and stuff, right, and you doing your full teaching, you teaching me things that I should have been and did a long time ago as a man, but I dropped the ball on it, and you holding me accountable for it, and I appreciate that. My life is changing because of that. It may be a low status right now, but it's a start. And so, yeah, I agree with you on that, Frank. I do. Trust me. We're on the same page with that one, for real. But, however, there are people out there that ain't even doing that, bro. They ain't even doing that. They're just straight grifting.
Have children out of wedlock?
They all do. I got you.
Any of them college graduates?
I got you. I see where you're going.
But if they listen to me, do you think they would get better outcomes?
If they actually paid attention.
Right. Do you think I'm the first person that told them if you lost some weight, you'd have a better health and get a better outcome?
But that's the problem. They're not.
No, it's not the problem. See, it's not the problem of information. See, you just defeated your own argument. It's not the information. They've been given the information several different ways. The problem is they've been given the information spoon-fed and soft. And you know how many people watch me and can't stand it, but they're still sitting there saying, I can't stand it. But they listen. And then they're wondering, why are they watching them? Because the women are getting something out of it. And what I don't understand is why, as a man, you're not on this side saying, yeah, instead of saying softer. We should be going harder. We're behind. Black boys are reading at a 4th grade level. These very mothers you're talking about, how are their sons doing? Would you want to be stepdaddy to any of them?
No, sir.
Then don't tell me about softening a message when we're failing our next generation of boys. And we're failing because they hear men who are sitting back saying, yeah, it'd be nicer. No other race of men has to be this damn nice.
But no other race is as combative with one another as we are.
No other race of men need to be stronger than we do. See, this is where it falls on us. Brother, I keep saying the problem is brothers who think like you're too weak for this fight. I guarantee you this. Men who go into a place talking like me walk away with more of the women than you do. Regardless as to how they look, women follow leadership and strength.
Real quick too, just to give y'all a viewpoint of this. This gentleman right here who's arguing against Kevin Samuels, he stated that he came out of a 2-parent household. Okay. He said he came out of a 2-parent household with his father and his mother. The reason why I'm referencing this is because there's a talking point out there where they said that if a child come out of a 2-parent household of a nuclear family, right, then they have a higher percentage of chance to be a outstanding man when they grow up. But as you look at this gentleman, right, do we see evidence of that? Do we actually see evidence of him being this outcome? The answer to the question is no, because if that be the case, then his completely worldview would be different. Now, here's my theory behind this. I believe that, yes, he came out of a 2-parent household, but I believe that his parents, preferably his father, was one of them type of men that came out of that generation, right? That they believe that happy wife equals happy life, meaning that he submitted towards his wife. He submitted towards her. He submitted his masculinity and everything. And he became an indirect product of being soft. And so therefore he ended up teaching and educating his son that it was okay to be this way too, because I'm this way, son. Happy wife equals happy life. Wherever mama says it goes. His father was probably the same type of man that used this bullshit rhetoric. Yeah, my wife runs the household. She's the chief in charge of the household. And so he carried on that lesson. This is why it's very essential for us as men, especially now, that we're educating and teaching our sons properly about true masculinity. Not by this liberal bullshit masculinity, but true masculinity was not toxic, was not controlling, was stoic, is strategic, it's discipline. All these things.
Or do you disagree?
I agree with that. They do follow strength. I mean, in the business world, strength always comes out on top. So
why can't black men be strong?
Because I think we're dealing with a different generation of women nowadays. They don't
really
receive it.
Did you look at the last president you had? You can chuckle all you want to, but he inspired people to riot on the Capitol, didn't he?
Yeah, you're right.
Obama couldn't even. What did Obama get us? Don't tell me about the generations. See, this is where black women make a valid critique. It is our responsibility.
Now, that's some bullshit also, Kevin. Now,
That's bullshit.
if you want to talk about President Trump inciting riot on January the 6th, then you want to use Barack Obama, right? Let's keep it real. Barack Obama, in this presidency, he inspired the whole liberal LGBT fifth wave feminist movement. Let's keep it real. So he did not do no better. I don't know why y'all trying to uplift Barack Obama because he's a black man, allegedly. No. He encouraged the whole liberal LGBT rainbow coalition. So I think screw the hell up it is right now.
Not to worry about the motherfucking generation, the price of tea in China, gas, how tight your shoes are. We got to grab our balls and be fucking men. Even the ones that...
In fact, Barack Obama is the whole epitome of that goes against Kevin Samuel's message about feelings, because he absolutely championed feelings.
I wasn't raised this way. You have to make yourself a man worth being followed. And you don't do it with nice words. You do it by grabbing your balls and getting ready to fight. Because if we can't fight our women, how the fuck we gonna fight the world?
Wait a minute, I just thought about this too. Well, Kevin, he didn't pass away. Man, if Kevin was alive, right, and heard Barack Obama said that a man need a gay friend and different things like that, Kevin would be like, what the hell? I'm pretty shocked. He probably was rolling in his grave when he heard Barack Obama say that.
Don't respect us because our women don't respect us.
I agree.
You know how many times I've been in corporate America where people have asked me, how do you put up with that? Janice is a hell of a spitfire, such and so forth. They laugh at us. I've been on golf courses and in boardrooms. I could never put up with a woman like Brenda. Wow, Helen is so sweet. She's a spitfire. That spitfire is a way for saying something else. They hold our manhood cheap. Because we are so weak that our women are walking around with long colored fingernails, furry slippers, pajamas, and bonnets, weighing more than men at our height, cussing at us. And you want to be nice to that? Fuck that.
Lance, appreciate it. Yeah, shoot me an email.
Appreciate it though, man. It's time. I had to go. Time is running out on that. I mean, I understand where he was coming from, but I'm gonna make a hard pause right here because I don't want this to get sliced. The United States' long-held policy is you don't negotiate with terrorists. I refuse to go like to be like that one brother saying that black women are our enemy. That's how you get there. By abdicating power. I refuse to do that. That's how we get there, by saying, well, you know, sugar and spice and everything nice, when what they really want is a man to say no. That's not right. And sometimes you'll say no and you may be dead ass wrong, but you still need to maintain your masculine frame so that at least can say, shit, at least he stood on something. I don't need one of these noodle back, wishy-washy ass. They don't want that. And I've been on both sides. And when I was that way, I got horrible outcomes in the long term with money and resources. That's why I don't sit down and ever say that it's their fault. We have to man the fuck up.
All right, so this is pretty much the end of this episode. All right, so the episode we was reacting to is called "Do Modern Men Have Problems with the P?" And the P is standing for Kevin Samuel's P.M.S. framework, which in this case is talking about power. Okay, so tonight we was reacting to this episode and we was comparing Kevin Samuel's P.M.S. framework to my current framework, which is the A.R.D.D.L model framework. And we was comparing and contrasting and saying, do both of these frameworks intertwine together? Now, the whole conclusion of this matter is that Kevin Samuel's framework, it did instruct men what to do for us building. Okay. It gave the blueprint. But however, with my framework, what it's doing is actually teaching and training men how to build, giving them details, instructions, how to do it. Now, by us looking at this and reacting to it and also reacting to the people that came on and stuff, right, we can all conclude that a lot of our men do need work, for real. Hell, we say it all the time over here on the lounge that the one men, we do need work. We absolutely need work, for real.
We do. But fret not, brothers. That's the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why I'm putting out this content for you. It's to help us get to the next level. It's my goal is to take all of Kevin Samuel's framework that he put together and stuff, right? Take it to the next level. So where we all are active and moving and being in our purpose as men. Okay? So shout out to Kevin Samuels, shout out to his legacy as we're going to continue to display Kevin Samuels' legacy and honor his legacy and take his legacy to another level, because once again, I don't see a whole lot of content creators who are doing this now. I see a whole lot of content creators reacting to Kevin Samuels' videos and different things like that, but I literally do not see a whole lot of content creators taking the things, his framework and everything, and applying it and taking it to the next level. So that's I go over here at the lounge, taking it to the next level so my brothers can be in a purpose for real. So we won't get caught up with the modern women and cultural wars and gender wars and all that other bullshit out there. All right. So other than that, appreciate y'all want to tune into the show tonight. Shout out to everyone in the building who came in to support the lounge. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the gifts as well too. Thank y'all for just some thumbs up in the video and the live too, because that helps a lot too. Appreciate that a whole lot. Now we do have other opportunities available too. If you want to be a sponsor to this channel, you can sponsor by hyping the video. You could sponsor by super chat. You could even be a sponsor by becoming a member of this channel as well too. All these things that I mentioned is totally optional. I'm not pushing y'all to do these things, okay? So it's totally optional to you. If you find value in this channel, in this content, by all means, you could choose to do that at your leisure time, all right? So other than that, appreciate y'all tuning in. Make sure you have your notifications set when I go live again. Make sure you catch the replay of my live streams, and make sure you catch my shorts and community posts that I'll be putting out daily as well too, all right? So thank y'all so much for tuning into this episode, and I will see y'all again. Y'all have a great and wonderful night, and if I don't see y'all this weekend, y'all have a great weekend as well too, and be safe, brothers.